The Best You has firmly established itself as the leader in the world of personal development for over 10 years now. As a leading global brand, The Best You has created and delivered many unique opportunities that have helped and supported so many people in achieving their dreams and aspirations. During this time, we provided our customers with essential tools, skills, knowledge, and wisdom that is second to none. We have taken personal development to new heights, reaching hundreds of thousands of people from around the world, helping them discover their true purpose to ultimately becoming the best version of themselves. Since its launch in late 2020, we have built an amazing TV network where we share the best of The Best You, which is built with an impressive library of content that has been produced over the years, like the Best You EXPO talks, with all of the amazing speakers that have shared the stage. Inspiring People interviews, where I interview top world leaders, speakers, athletes, and entrepreneurs. Such people as Baroness Michelle Moe, Alistair Campbell, Dr. Richard Bandler, John Amici, Michelle Patterson, James Arthur Ray, and so many more. Our NLP Live Talk series features talks from world-renowned NLP experts. In addition to NLP Live Talks, we launched our new TV show, The Best Series, where I interview some of the best coaches, speakers, mentors, and authors. People like Smita Joshi, Fiona Campbell, Erica Faye, Dr. Cheryl Wood, Barbie Layton, and the list goes on and on. Plus, there's a variety of other TV channels like the Rethink Academy, from renowned expert Paul O'Mahony, who teaches people how to make money with social media, how to nurture your list, how to manage social networks, LinkedIn, Instagram, and so much more. We're also very excited to announce our Mass Experience show. Master Jadi is an expert in transforming lives the fastest way possible. His methods break through the limitations of psychology, self-improvement, and even gene therapy. We have a number of these episodes streaming live now on The Best You TV. You can also watch Dr. Fabrizio Mancini's Thriving in the New Normal. Dr. Fabrizio Mancini is America's #1 healthy living media expert, a world-renowned chiropractor, Hay House International best-selling author of The Power of Self-Healing. In his show, he interviews world leaders like Jack Canfield, Nick Vujicic, Joe Vitale, John DeMartini, Brian Tracy, John Assaraf, Les Brown, and so many more. You can also watch Barbie Layton, You Are Amazing, where she interviews amazing people like Naveen Jain, Ken Honda, and Diana McKenna. What's exciting about The Best You TV is how we attract so many experts, leaders, well-being brands, and doctors interested in promoting their products and services. This is because they're able to target new and exciting markets by leveraging the power of TV apps like Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, iOS, and Google Play. With engaging adverts with QR codes, information on the programs, and call to actions on their adverts. The Best You TV will soon be streaming hundreds of live events through its network. So act now. If you think you have what it takes and you're ready for the next level and becoming an instant recognized leader, then contact us today.
Future medicine will be the medicine of frequency. Well, the future is here. The future is now.
It's one of the best opportunities in history to awaken and reclaim who you really are.
Hi, I'm Master Jadi, and I help you manifest abundance and reach your full potential through what I call exponential intelligence. So hundreds of thousands have used exponential intelligence to live the life they deserve by ridding themselves of old patterns, blocks, and distortions faster than anything that's out there. XI leads the consciousness evolution by helping you transform yourself, your loved ones, your world.
The Best You has firmly established itself as the leader in the world of personal development for over 10 years now. As a leading global brand, The Best You has created and delivered many unique opportunities that have helped and supported so many people in achieving their dreams and aspirations. During this time, we provided our customers with essential tools, skills, knowledge, and wisdom that is second to none. We have taken personal development to new heights, reaching hundreds of thousands of people from around the world, helping them discover their true purpose to ultimately becoming the best version of themselves. Since its launch in late 2020, we have built an amazing TV network where we share the best of the best you, which is built with an impressive library of content that has been produced over the years, like the Best You EXPO talks, with all of the amazing speakers that have shared the stage. Inspiring People interviews, where I interview top world leaders, speakers, athletes, and entrepreneurs. Such people as Baroness Michelle Moe, Alistair Campbell, Dr. Richard Bandler, John Amici, Michelle Patterson, James Arthur Ray, and so many more. Our NLP Live Talk series features talks from world-renowned NLP experts. In addition to NLP Live Talks, we launched our new TV show, The Best Series, where I interview some of the best coaches, speakers, mentors, and authors. People like Smita Joshi, Fiona Campbell, Erica Faye, Dr. Cheryl Wood, Barbie Layton, and the list goes on and on. Plus, there's a variety of other TV channels like the Rethink Academy, from renowned expert Paul O'Mahony, who teaches people how to make money with social media, how to nurture your list, how to manage social networks, LinkedIn, Instagram, and so much more. We're also very excited to announce our Mass Experience show. Master Jadi is an expert in transforming lives the fastest way possible. His methods break through the limitations of psychology, self-improvement, and even gene therapy. We have a number of these episodes streaming live now on the Best You TV. You can also watch Dr. Fabrizio Mancini's Thriving in the New Normal. Dr. Fabrizio Mancini is America's #1 healthy living media expert, a world-renowned chiropractor, Hay House International best-selling author of The Power of Self-Healing. In his show, he interviews world leaders like Jack Canfield, Nick Vujicic, Joe Vitale, John DeMartini, Brian Tracy, John Assaraf, Les Brown, and so many more. You can also watch Barbie Layton, You Are Amazing, where she interviews amazing people like Naveen Jain, Ken Honda, and Diana McKenna. What's exciting about the Best You TV is how we attract so many experts, leaders, well-being brands, and doctors interested in promoting their products and services. This is because they're able to target new and exciting markets by leveraging the power of TV apps like Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, iOS, and Google Play. With engaging adverts with QR codes, information on the programs, and call to actions on their adverts. The Best You TV will soon be streaming hundreds of live events through its network. So act now. If you think you have what it takes and you're ready for the next level and becoming an instant recognized leader, then contact us today.
Are you a speaker? Are you an author? Are you an expert? Do you have a message for the world? Are you crazy enough to think that you could actually make a difference? Well, at Top Talent Agency, we're looking for you. We want to help you publish that book, get the publicity you deserve, and actually monetize the message that you have to help other people. If you feel like you need somebody working in your corner to publish you, to publicize you, to promote you, to market you, to book you on stage, to get you featured in the media, then we're what you're looking for, and we want to talk to you. Go to toptagency.com or reach out to us today, because you deserve someone to manage your talent.
People from all over the world are seeking inspiration, looking for answers, looking to become the best version of themselves. The Best You series, we will feature the best speakers, coaches, authors, podcasters, and mentors, leaders in their own right. Innovators, influencers, inspirers of the 21st century. Available now on the Best You TV.
My name is Victoria, and I'm on Silent Voices.
I am Ando, and I am on Silent Voices.
My name is Christian Inyako, and I'm on Silent Voice.
My name is Irabna Atta. My name is Veronica.
My name is Felicity.
Emmanuel Emisakra.
My name is Isaac.
My name is Chidera, and I'm on Silent Voices.
I am on Silent Voices.
I am on Silent Voices.
I'm on Silent Voices.
I am on Silenced Voices.
My name is Michelle Jewsbury, and I am a survivor.
And I'm on Silent Voices.
I want you to think about in your business what it is that we want. Be seen, be heard, be paid. What needs to change and shift now? I believe every woman should start creating her own economy. I believe every woman should have her seat at the table. If nobody's inviting you, create your own table. This is not about paying your bills. This is about you leaving a legacy and having more than enough. It's called abundance. Your true calling comes as you begin to move. It's time for a shift, because I want more millionaires coming out of this room.
The Best You TV, a TV channel with only the best business leaders and influencers ready to help you rise to the top. Available now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and Google Play. Learn and grow from in-depth interviews, documentaries, inspirational talks, and motivational masterclasses from the world's biggest thought leaders, speakers, teachers, authors, coaches, and highly successful business gurus. The Best You TV is now live.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We have earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
The Inspiring People interview series is a collection of exclusive interviews sure to inspire and motivate you. I'm Bernardo Moya, the founder and Chief Inspirational Officer of The Best You. And in this series of interviews, I'm in conversation with industry leaders, thought leaders, self-made millionaires, Olympians, and global sports personalities, the influencers of today's world. I find out about their start in life, their early days, their rise to success, and both the good and the bad times. We discuss their opinions on education, business, money, and just how to be happier. Join us to find out more about these fascinating and inspiring people. People from all over the world are seeking inspiration, looking for answers, looking to become the best version of themselves. The Best You series, we will feature the best speakers, coaches, authors, podcasters, and mentors, leaders in their own right. Innovators, influencers, inspirers of the 21st century. Available now on the Best You TV.
My name is Victoria, and I'm on Silent Voices.
I am Ando, and I am on Silent Voices.
My name is Christian Nyako, and I'm on Silent Voice. My name is Irabna Atta. My name is Veronica.
My name is Felicity. Emmanuel Emisakra.
My name is Isaac.
My name is Chidera and I'm on Silent Voices.
I am on Silent Voices.
I am on Silent Voices.
I'm on Silent Voices.
I am on Silenced Voices.
My name is Michelle Jewsbury, and I am a survivor.
And I'm on Silent Voices.
I want you to think about in your business what it is that we want. Be seen, be heard, be paid. What needs to change and shift now? I believe every woman should start creating her own economy. I believe every woman should have her seat at the table. If nobody's inviting you, create your own table. This is not about paying your bills. This is about you leaving a legacy and having more than enough. It's called abundance. Your true calling comes as you begin to move. It's time for a shift because I want more millionaires coming out of this room.
The Best You TV, a TV channel with only the best business leaders and influencers ready to help you rise to the top. Available now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and Google Play. Learn and grow from in-depth interviews, documentaries, inspirational talks, and motivational masterclasses from the world's biggest thought leaders, speakers, teachers, authors, coaches, and highly successful business gurus. The Best You TV is now live.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
The Inspiring People interview series is a collection of exclusive interviews sure to inspire and motivate you. I'm Bernardo Moya, the founder and Chief Inspirational Officer of The Best You. And in this series of interviews, I'm in conversation with industry leaders, thought leaders, self-made millionaires, Olympians, and global sports personalities, the influencers of today's world. I find out about their start in life, their early days, their rise to success, and both the good and the bad times. We discuss their opinions on education, business, money, and just how to be happier. Join us to find out more about these fascinating and inspiring people.
The Best You TV, a TV channel with only the best business leaders and influencers ready to help you rise to the top. Available now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and Google Play. Are you in the personal development world trying to reach a larger audience? Are you a motivational speaker, an author, therapist, coach, or business guru tired of pushing out content with little results? Gain more clients and expand your business today. Get your show or content on The Best You TV.
My name is Victoria, and I'm on Silent Voices.
I am Ando, and I am on Silent Voices.
My name is Christian Enyako, and I'm on Silent Voice. My name is Irabna Atta. My name is Veronica.
My name is Felicity.
Emmanuel Emisakra.
My name is Isaac.
My name is Chidera, and I'm on Silent Voices.
I am on Silent Voices.
I am on Silent Voices.
I'm on Silent Voices.
I am on Silenced Voices.
My name is Michelle Dewsbury, and I am a survivor.
And I'm on Silent Voices.
People from all over the world are seeking inspiration, looking for answers, looking to become the best version of themselves. The Best You series, we will feature the best speakers, coaches, authors, podcasters, and mentors. Leaders in their own right. Innovators, influencers, inspirers of the 21st century. Available now on the Best You TV. Hello, okay, we're going live, day 3 at the Best You EXPO. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Okay, I tell you what, I know there's going to be thousands of you connecting remotely from all over the world today, and I'm very grateful. Those of you that are in Europe and the UK, well, probably it's a nice time for you to watch. A lot of you that are going to be watching the recordings afterwards, we want to thank you so much for supporting us and being part of it. I also just want to really emphasize what I've been talking about these last couple of days, that if for you, obviously it's important, and it should be really important, is to really engage with all the speakers that have been involved in this event, because it's not only the main stage speakers that we've had here. We've had over 150 speakers, and all their profiles are on the webpage. These are game changers. These are people that are going out there and investing time, money, and resources to be here, but also to share their expertise. So all those talks are going to be available for all the people that bought the premium tickets, and then eventually and soon they will also be available on the Best You TV. So there's so much knowledge. So although you're seeing this live, there's going to be opportunities for you to be able to watch all these talks. And what I'm going to be doing this morning is, as I did yesterday, I just want to give a bit of kudos to some of the speakers that are involved at the Best You EXPO, because, you know, they deserve it. And a lot of them have been friends for quite a few years. So I'm going to bring a couple of guests who's going to sit down on the sofa, but I just want to bring a couple of recognized faces. Hey, Sarah. So I'm going to invite Sarah Davidson. We're going to have another mic over here. Thank you. So Sarah Davidson is a divorce coach, and we're good friends. We go way back. She's flew in all the way from the UK.
Hello.
Hello. Good morning. How are you?
Can I give you a hug?
So Sarah Davidson, and she has come from the UK, as I said. She's a divorce coach. But Sarah, tell us a little bit about you, first of all, and what are you doing here?
Well, first of all, thank you, Bernardo, for putting on this event. I think we all know it's just been incredible to connect with so many people. So thank you for all your hard work. I've known Bernardo as over 25 years.
No, it hasn't been that long.
Yeah, so back in London. I've been to every single one of the Best You events, and I know how amazing they are, and the connections, and then after the event, just how many connections still keep coming, and the friendships I've made. And it's been great to connect with some of them again, like Greg Reed, Dr. Sonia. I mean, you always have amazing people, and David Fagan, who's speaking at 12. I've made some great friends, great business connections. So these events are phenomenal. I'm known as the divorce coach. I'm a twice best-selling author, podcaster of Heartbreak to Happiness. And my focus is to help people to cope better with any kind of breakup. So whether that's heartbreak, separation, divorce, we've both been through it. And I run a training school for coaches as well to train to become breakup and divorce coach practitioners.
And that's one of the great things you do, is you also do the retreats. But one of the things that I love about what you bring with a lot of the NLP training that you've had over the years, is how you teach and provide these skills as an added value for someone that's already a coach that might not have that expertise.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, NLP, I'm a massive NLP geek, aren't I? Yeah,
yes.
A total nerd when it comes to NLP. I use it all the time. And my son now is 14, but my dad always says to me that I've nullipped him from the age he was born. So, I mean, I just think the skills that we learn from that are great. But when you're a coach, it's really important to have a niche. And actually, that's what I'm talking about at 4 o'clock today, about how to run a successful coaching business and blow the doors off so you can really reach people globally nowadays with Zoom, and how to take your business to the next level. NLP will give you a lot of the tools, but also you need to know how to build a business, right? That's really important.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. And you shared a talk yesterday about how to deal with a narcissist. You know a bit about that as well, don't you?
I do know a little bit, but
yeah. Okay, all right. Well, big round of applause for Sarah Davidson. Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you. Okay, so would you like to join us? Because I want to give a bit of kudos. Yeah, come round. I want to give a bit of kudos to some of the speakers that are here involved at the Best You EXPO. Just a quick shout out so you know a little bit about them. And again, go to the webpage, thebestyouexpo.com. Go and check the webpage out, and you will see the amazing roster of speakers that we have. Come on, Han. How are you? Lovely to see you.
Wonderful. How are you?
Lovely to see you this morning.
Nice to see you.
You've been a star. You've been promoting the Best You EXPO, social media all over the place. I felt that I knew you before you even came along. So thank you so much for all your effort, love, energy, and support with the event.
Absolutely.
So tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I mean, you kind of summed up part of it, but something I believe in is wherever you are, bring all of you and the best of you. Absolutely. So I coach women. I have a program called Train Your Boss Mastermind. And really what we do at Train Your Boss is take the everyday businesswoman in the 9-to-5 who feels like they don't really fit in the personal development world or entrepreneurship and create magic, wealth, and impact through their feminine power.
Okay, so what's your profile? How can people find you on the Best You Expo webpage, your name?
Oh, Tiffany Lyons. Did I not introduce myself?
No, I don't think you did.
Tiffany Lyons. You can find me on the Best You Expo page, of course.
Yes.
Instagram, of course, is always there because that's the world we live in.
Okay,
So.
and you've been sharing a few talks. What have you been talking about?
Absolutely. So I got started in this because really I had been dismissing my story because exactly like I built my program for, it felt like I just didn't have enough to work with. So I shared a talk on pain to purpose, but is my pain enough? Is there even enough to work with? Today, we're going to be talking about resilience and pivoting because as we all know, we live in a crazy world and that's what it calls forth in us is really working with whatever's in front of us, bringing all of our energy and making it great, no matter.
Well, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank
and
you.
lots of love to you. Okay, Jeff Benton, come and join us. All right, so this is it. We have so many speakers, so I highly recommend that you check their profiles on the webpage, see the titles of their talks. You'll be able to see all the recordings as well. We've got 9 seminar rooms here. For some of you that are watching this live from home, well, you're missing out on the opportunity for all these different stages: passion to profit, empowering women, masters, mentors, and influencers, the inspiration zone, best for business, passion to profit. So it's just been a great opportunity for so many of them to be able to share their expertise on stage. So Jeff, thank you for being here.
Well, thank you for having me.
Jeff, tell me a little bit about what you're doing and sharing here at the Best You Expo.
I am a licensed chiropractor. I developed the emotional trauma release technique, and this technique recognizes and finds the invisible ceiling blocks that prevent you from manifesting prosperity, love, health, and wealth. Today at noon, I'm going to be speaking at the Best in Business conference specifically about who's allergic to money. No one thinks that you are, but I can have someone hold out their hand and they put a $100 bill in it and they blow weak. So how are they going to manifest if they have this subconscious programming about money? And then we even ask them, how much you want to make? People ask about it, but I add muscle testing into it, which adds a whole other dimension of what, just because you're consciously thinking about it, what about your subconscious? What does your subconscious say? Is there a defense mechanism because you went through a bankruptcy or your parents had bad breakup or something that might be going on in your subconscious that's preventing you from really living the life you meant to live, which is why we're here at the Best You Expo to make everybody the best they can be.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
I love your tie, by the way. It's all about money.
It's about the money.
All right. So let's bring a couple of really good friends, Ken and Marisa, who are here at the Best You Expo launching their new book. And we're very excited to have them. They've been involved in the Love event. They were part of the Love event, which we did virtually, where we had thousands of people also logging online. So I'm sure lots of you are joining us today. But I wanted just to give a big, quick kudos and thank you to Ken and Marisa. Take a seat. Hello, lovely couple.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you? Good to see you.
Good.
So how are you?
We are great. I mean, it's so great to be here at the Best You Expo. And beautiful thing is that all the speakers, everyone involved, we're all saying many of the same things. We're talking in the same zone. And that's fabulous. The more people, the better. Let's all do it. Let's get everybody. And I love that about Best You.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Maris, what about you?
Well, first of all, I know we're all congratulating you, but I think the reason you should be congratulated is because you lead with love, and love comes in a lot of different shapes and sizes, right? And the biggest thing we get to be in connection with is loving ourselves first. And I think that's the biggest challenge in all this. And one of the things that's phenomenal about this event and the work that we're doing with the 4 universal R's, right? Respect, responsibility, reframing, and resilience, is that this event is all about creating that internal connection so that we can be better and showing up better for the world, right? So as business and personal leadership coaches, I look at an experience like this and the people we've met and the people who have been in our rooms, and they're hungry. They're hungry to grow and to touch other people. So we say that's beautiful, and it gets to start inside first.
Yeah, hungry.
That's what you're doing. Hungry.
Every
Baby.
time you say hungry, I
You
can
gotta be
imagine
hungry.
Les Brown. Hungry.
Hungry, baby. Yeah.
Well, I've got to say, one of the things that I love most about these events is, although I want to see thousands of people walking through the halls, is the love that I feel from a lot of the speakers like yourself. So I'm very, very grateful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very, very grateful to all of you for being here, for supporting us. And, well, in this case, I just wanted to talk about your book. Come on, let's talk about it, because you launched it here.
Well, first of all, what's so interesting about this is that this is our, we are now 11-time bestsellers in collaborative book series all around leadership, which has been remarkable. All of a sudden you get your own book ready, and we had no idea it was going to be ready this week. We kept thinking, okay, we hope. And when the publisher said, look, you guys, we're going to be able to deliver it for the best you, we said, Bernardo, can we launch it here? And it's been such an honor. And you know what? We are where we are when we're meant to be. And to be able to launch this here is remarkable. And the book essentially is a fun story. It's a parable that tracks two high-power leaders who are working through the messy in their lives that are not in sync. And what does it mean to be in sync? It means that there are rhythms in our lives that we choose. And these two people are going through it. And so they navigate through the 4 R's: respect, responsibility, reframing, and resilience. And they bounce through their lives and realize, okay, a life out of sync can actually get in sync. And that's really what the story is about. So it's got a lot of fun nuggets.
Yeah, what I would say, one more thing about it, just adding on to what Maris said, is that this book is not about us. It's for you. It's written for you. We want you to have the opportunity to maybe see yourself, to use the rhythms, but it's not about us. And we love anybody. We have actually a special best you price, 99 cents for the Kindle version.
Mm-hmm.
So 99 cents. Anybody can spend 99 cents. Go on today at Amazon and grab it.
That's
we love
great.
it.
That's amazing. Thank you.
I want to give you your personal copy.
Have you signed it? Have you signed it yet?
We will. This is the 3rd one out of the box.
Okay.
Because this is who you are, and you are mastering relationships in your life, and we really appreciate you.
Well, thank you so much.
We
I'm
really
very, very grateful. I want a signature. I love the word evolving, of course. Anyway, a human relationship story. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So what have you been sharing here? What have you been talking about?
Well, one of the things we've been talking about is how we are all on this planet, on this earth, and we sometimes forget that we're all connected. We are all connected. And anyone who tries to tell us that we're separate, we're not connected, they're doing that for some reason to get some power over us. We are all connected. And I think that what we've been sharing is that the way to master that connection with you is relationships, because it's part of everything we do. If you think about your favorite song, movie, play, book, all written about relationships. That's all about relationships. So maybe we're here to evolve and to understand that relationships are a significant factor in everything we do.
So our workshops, over the last couple of days, yesterday and then today at 3 as well, is really about mastering connected relationships in your personal and professional life. I think so often people say, okay, my personal life's over there, my professional life is over here. Guess what? Do you have 2 lives to live, or 9 or 12?
No.
No, it's one life.
Yeah.
And so our work as coaches and consultants, and the work we're doing even in the corporate setting, is to really ground businesses and teams and to be able to say, okay, let's first start with, who am I in this environment? What does that look like? And really starting to build confidence, to build more productivity, and to recognize that how you're feeling inside. If I wake up in the morning and I'm feeling cruddy, guess where that's going to show up, right?
Yeah.
At work, with your family. I mean, we all go through it. Look, we're a couple who's been together nearly 20 years. We also work together 24/7. And he is the most amazing life, love, business partner ever.
She just does what I tell her to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I always ask what she wants to do first.
Yeah. Someone said to me, he says, what are the most important words if you want to keep a relationship going? Is there's just 2 words, really, really important: yes and dear. That's it. If you know how to say yes and dear, that's it. Life is easy.
Yeah. And you know what about that, though? We both get to say it. It's such a good point. And we both get to say it. You're so right. Yes,
You're
dear.
so right.
Yes, dear.
Yeah,
You say, and no buts.
And no buts. Exactly.
And yeah,
it's so true. We never
I would
say
say
that.
part of that relationship between a couple, between someone who's integrated all the time in work and business, is that changing your vocabulary, thinking about your vocabulary. So when you spoke about that yes and dear, change your vocabulary of need, want, have to, change it to get. I get to. So when I wake up in the morning, oh, okay, I get to take out the trash. I get to wash the dishes. It changes your approach.
Absolutely.
And
That's a reframe.
The choice
That's a
piece of
reframe.
it, right? I think it's the choice piece of it.
Yeah.
No matter what, from the time we wake up in the morning to the time we go to bed at night and while we're sleeping, we are in connection and in relationship with ourselves 24/7.
We definitely are.
And so we get to choose when we wake up in the morning how we're going to operate in our day with our people, with our family, with our community, with the planet. And that's what it takes, is to be able to make that commitment, but it starts inside. It's an inside out job.
Well, thank you, lovely couple.
Thank
Lovely
you.
to see you again. And we'll see you
Thank you,
around.
Bernardo.
We're so honored
Fabulous.
to be a part.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, everybody.
Thank you. I'll come and get this signed.
We'll bring it back to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Take care. Big round of applause for Ken and Marisa. Thank you so much. And that's it. That was one of the things that in not my latest book, but it's called The Question, Find Your True Purpose. It is that the quality of your life depends on the quality of the questions you ask yourself. Some people wake up in the morning, they look at themselves in the mirror, they say, oh my God, how terrible do I look? Well, guess what? Your subconscious is going to start finding the reasons. But if you start asking yourself empowering questions, how can I make a difference? What can be better? How can I really stand out and contribute to the world? Is one of the questions that we should be asking. So look, this event has been very, as all the events, when you're putting live events together, especially now and after the pandemic, it's been a bit more of a challenge, especially when you're trying to bring in so many people, so many speakers under one roof. But I'm very blessed and honored and extremely grateful. And I've said that quite a few times to all the speakers that have helped and contributed to be there. We couldn't make this event happen without them. We just simply couldn't. I've already thanked my team, and I'll continue to thank them so much for them to sharing, contributing, and making and helping me make this event happen. But also, we've had a lot of partners and a lot of speakers that have, to a degree, have really contributed to making this event great, to reach more people. And among them, and I kind of spotlighted quite a few yesterday: Dr. Sonia Stribling, Masajadi, NuCalm. A lot of the brands that are here and individuals, obviously Bill Walsh from Power Team. But I wanted to just say a few kind words to my next guest, who's going to be talking in a minute, and that's David Fagan. Now, David Fagan, I met him quite a few years ago, and we met through mutual friends, and we wanted to work and collaborate. But for whatever reason, funny enough, I was in the US and he was in London, or then I was in London and he was in the US, because he lives here basically. But David Fagan is someone that is, he really helps people become icons. He's a publisher, he's a publicist. He's obviously an international speaker, but he's helped so many people to really, find and be able to identify very clearly what their message is. But I've had the pleasure of working with David now for over 6 or 8 months now, 9 months, very, very closely, because we co-promoted and produced with his collaboration and his help. We did the Love event. He was very involved in that. And he's also been a really important part of the Best You EXPO in helping us spread the message and get people here, get speakers here, bring some sponsors and partners. So he's going to come and share what I believe are some really golden nuggets. But apart from that, he's a phenomenal connector. He is someone that, if you're interested in getting into the US market, you're watching us from Europe, or you're thinking of finding someone that can really help you identify and clarify your message, he's someone that you want to work with. So there's going to be opportunities. His QR code is going to pop up. Make sure you do. Check his profile out on the webpage. But I want to sincerely thank very, very much David Fagan. Join me, please. Big round of applause for David Fagan. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank
David.
you, my friend.
David, thank you so much for everything. The stage is yours.
All right, thank you.
Lots of love.
Thank you, Bernardo. Okay. Today, did you guys think I forgot what I'm going to say? Little speaker trick. You just get silent until everyone's really looking at you. Guys, we're going to talk about attraction and enrollment today. And the reason why is because we want to stop chasing people, right? Anybody ever heard of salesman breath? Les Brown, he calls it salesman breath, right? The person who has that voice of desperation. They need that sale. They're kind of chasing you, right? It kind of feels like nagging. It doesn't really convert into the type of business or the type of life that most of us want. So the better question is, how do we go from the chaser to the chasee? How do we go from the pursuer to the pursuee, right? I don't think those are actual real words, but it makes sense, doesn't it? We want to create a world in which we are attracting the kind of people that we love to serve. I love to tell people we need to develop our core stories that will help us attract the kinds of people we love to serve. So who is it you love to serve, and how can you attract those people? A lot of times when people think of marketing, they really should be thinking of attraction. And a lot of times when people are thinking of sales, they really should be thinking of enrollment, okay? Marketing and sales nowadays has been replaced by a higher way of living, which is attraction and enrollment, okay? And there's a very big key. There's one word, okay? It all kind of comes down to one word in attraction and enrollment, and that is want. Ask yourself, does your message make people want more of you? Does your book make people want more of you? Does your website make people want more of you? Do your text messages, right? Does your presentation, right? Does it make people want more? Good marketing makes people want. For those of you who don't know me, probably one of the organizations they know me best for being attached to is guerrilla marketing. Anybody ever heard of guerrilla marketing before? So guerrilla marketing, the founder is Jay Conrad Levinson, and he's most famous for being the creative director at the Leo Burnett ad agency. So he created brands like Marlboro Man, Tony's Frosted Flakes, Jolly Green Giant, Morris the Cat, Lonely Maytag Salesman. Notice a pattern here, right? Some pretty big names, some pretty big brands. Die Hard Batteries, Jolly Green Giant. So this was my mentor. And everything that they teach in the big ad world, the big ad game, is how do we make people want more? A really good book is when every chapter makes you want to read the next chapter. A really great book is when every paragraph makes you want to read the next paragraph. Good copywriting is when every line makes you want to read the next line. The key there is want. So how are you going to create want? When you create want, this is what leads to fans. Who here would like to have more fans? Anybody here not want to have more fans? Okay, so we're all on the same page here. We like to have more fans. So write this down. 3 ways to have more fans. Give, serve, share. Give, serve, share. Now, that sounds kind of easy, and I guess it is in a sense, but here's where people mess up. They don't give, serve, and share strategically, and you need to learn how to give and serve strategically. Because if you give it all away, or if the world feels like you've given it all away, what do they need you for, right? Many times we're giving away the candy and you become the wrapper. What happens to the wrapper? Yeah, it gets thrown in the trash. It gets thrown away. I want to share with you guys a few things. I don't know how well you're going to be able to see this. I know on camera you're seeing it really well, and we've mostly designed it for that. But I want to talk to you and kind of take you a little bit next level here. A lot of people value knowledge. And there's an expression out there that I've been trying to correct for close to a decade now. And the truth is, and this is more true than ever before, knowledge is not power. Knowledge is just knowledge. Knowledge is not power. You want knowledge, turn on Google. You want knowledge, go to YouTube. Now more than ever, knowledge is everywhere. So where is the value at? The value is in experience and even more so wisdom. So in knowledge, it's just kind of knowing a lot of random facts, a lot of random data. Experience, that really is where you become an expert, and it's really understanding where things connect at. But it's really at the highest level, wisdom, when you know the order, you know the priority, you know what truth has the greatest value. Wisdom is knowing what truth has the greatest value, okay? The greatest leaders out there are actually the best decision makers. And decision making gets very tricky for leaders, for business owners, because what happens is you come up with a lot of good things to do. It would be good to write a book. It It would be good to be in the media. It would be good to sponsor something. It'd be good to speak. It'd be good to build your team. But if you have only so much time, money, and resources, what is better and best, right? What is better and best? I have something called the law of entrepreneur order. And a lot of people are doing really good things, but we don't care about the good things. We care about the better and best things. We care about what truth has the greatest value. So when you're sitting down, or when I'm sitting down with my executive team, we're not just talking about what's the good thing to do. What's the best thing to do with the money we have right now? What's the best thing to do with the time we have right now? What's the best thing we have to do with the talent we have right now? Now, this might seem sort of obvious, but I know that there's a lot of people that are doing things out of order, right? They're picking good things when they could be picking better and best things. But I want you guys, because you're somewhat advanced here, to kind of think a little bit about the presentation under the presentation. How many people here are speakers? Raise your hand if you're a speaker. All right, okay, good. So stick with me here for a second here. I'm just going to kind of, this doesn't work as well with a handheld mic. I'm going to see if I can do it here. Okay, I just stepped out of my presentation. My presentation is now suspended somewhere over here in time. Don't worry, we'll get back to it later. But who here understands what it is I'm doing right now? What is the value of having a visual aid? I want you guys to know right now that if you want to create more want, you should be creating visual aids, because a true expert has the ability to make complex things simple. When people see you as somebody who has the ability to make something very complicated simple, they want more from you. They see you as the expert that they want to spend more time in. When you create great visual aids, this is perfect for books, courses, social media. USA Today, they love it when we give them visual aids. Los Angeles Tribune, they love it when they give them visual aids. Visual aids stop people from scrolling. Visual aids get clicked on. Visual aids get shared. Yes, we do books, but I don't want you to think of us as a publisher. We're content creators designed to help you attract more people by creating want in what your message is. We want those message to market matches. We want those message magnets. Okay, I'm going to go back over here and see if I can step back into my presentation here. Okay. There's a big lot of sound effects that are being missed here. This is what it sounds like. It's like the THX sound effects. Is that pretty good? That's step 4. Okay, we're back in the presentation. Don't worry, you didn't miss a thing. Yes, I'm teaching you something here about knowledge and wisdom, but what I really hope you're getting out of this is, how do I do what David's doing? How do I create content that's engaging? How do I get people to click, right? How do I get people to take more action? For your next presentation, for your next video, I want you to think in 3 terms. These are the 3 E's, okay? For any presentation, for any video, I don't care what it is you're doing, think of it in this term. First one, engage. You got to get their attention. Second one, enrich. Give them something of value. Make complicated things simple. Create the want, right? And then the end, enroll. The enrollment is the call to action. So there's a lot of different ways to get people's attention. We could talk about some of those things. There's a lot of ways to add value. Visual aids is just one of them, right? Telling stories, case studies, sharing experiences, right? All of those things could be enriching to people. Teaching people laws. I have something called the law of the war chest. You know, teach people through things like a myth, the humility myth, right? What happens when we name things? The perception of value goes up. I don't want to just tell you that, you shouldn't be afraid to talk about yourself. I named it. I called it the humility myth. The humility myth is this idea that if you're just a nice person, you're a good person, and you just kind of show up long enough, eventually you'll be recognized. Well, that's a really fast way to have really skinny kids, okay? You have to overcome this humility myth. You got to put yourself out there a little bit. People, when you're an expert, when you're a speaker, when you're an author, you are the product. They're buying you more than they're buying anybody else. right? So what are you doing to present yourself as that celebrity expert, that icon in your industry? What are you doing to be attention getting, right? Those are the types of things that are going to position you in a various way. But I don't share all that information as a few paragraphs. I call it the humility myth. The law of the war chest basically says that people only have so much time, money, and resources to fight the battle of day-to-day life and business. So when they meet you, they're actually asking themselves a question. There's a question floating around in their head. They might even verbally ask you the question. And the question is simply this: why you? Karen's a client. She met with me. David, why you? Why should I work with you instead of somebody else? Larry Steinhaus, I sat down with him. He's like, why you, David? I threw at him everything I had. I'm still trying to tell him why me, right? It's a process. The list goes on and on. This is what we're doing. We're getting on the phone with people. We're getting discovery calls with people. We're standing up on stage. Say, well, David, that overcoming humility myth, that kind of sounds like bragging a little bit. Guys, listen very closely. I'm not bragging. I'm applying for a job. I want to be your publisher. I want to be your publicist. You guys know that when you show up in job interviews, they expect you to tell them why you. Why should they hire you? Right? Now, here's where the employed world doesn't understand the entrepreneur world. The employed world, they go in for a couple job interviews. They get the job, that one job. They're not interviewing anymore. Us entrepreneurs, we're in an interview every single day. We're constantly in a job interview. We're in job interview after job interview. Standing up here on stage, this is a job interview for me. Some of you guys might be deciding, well, do I want that guy to help produce my show? Do I want that guy to get my own column in the Los Angeles Tribune or USA Today? Do I want that guy to publish my next book? Right? So you guys need to change your frame of reference a little bit and realize, oh, people are saying, why me? I need to have a really, yes, you need to have a really good answer to the question, why you? Why should they work with you instead of somebody else? Now, for some of you, this is going to sound like competition. Well, David, it sounds like, you're saying we're competing with other people. Well, yes and no. On one hand, I don't really believe in competition because there's enough out there for everybody. On the other hand, Larry only has so much time and money and resources. He can't work with everyone. He can't go to every event. He can't read every book. He has to choose. And some people might think, oh, Larry or Karen or Mo, maybe they're just thinking about web designer against web designer, a publisher. That's not the way people think, right? People like Marisa, she's trying to decide, well, do I hire another assistant? Do I build another website? Do I spend my money on sponsoring the next event, right? Do I create a course? So you have to be the most obvious answer over and above multiple other things, not just what you do in your business, but what other people do, what other needs are, right? So you got to think about that. Why are they going to choose you? Now, there's 12 accomplishments that would qualify you to be what I call a celebrity expert. I went through, I mapped them out. I published it in my book, First Cracking the Icon Code. Who here would like to know? Who here wants to know what those 12 things are? Okay, I'm not going to tell you. But here's the point. Here's the point. Did I make you want? Right? That's what we need to do. When we ask people if they want something, you describe it, you give a name, you quantify it. If people are raising their hand, guess what? You did your job. You created want. If no one ever raises their hand, that should be a little note to yourself. Okay, there's not a lot of value in that, right? As speakers, we know that there's a certain amount of want if people are pulling out their phones and taking pictures of some of our slides, right? Oh, they want to look at that later. They want to look at that later, right? So those are the types of things. Here's something else I created. Working with J. Conrad Levinson, the father of guerrilla marketing, working on massive ad campaigns, books. I've done everything from the Today Show to Fox. By the way, am I bragging right now? I'm applying for a what? I'm applying for a job. Does that feel different? I want it to feel a little different to you, right? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's okay to brag a little bit, especially if, and here's the kicker, I'm not saying it. Other people are saying it. That's what you want to talk about. The other people, the other organizations, the other media, right? That's what we want to share. Those types of things. So think about that. How are you describing things? How are you creating want? How are you positioning yourself in the marketplace? So the next thing I want to tell you about is that through all of this research and all these things I've accomplished, I've realized there are 7 feelings that everyone needs to feel in order to move forward. How many? 7 feelings, okay? So it's our job to help people feel as many of those feelings as we possibly can so that they'll move forward. I've trained a lot of speakers. I've trained a lot of people on camera. And I'll sit in an audience like you guys are, and people will say, David, how do I do? And the typical response from a lot of people will be like, well, you didn't make a lot of eye contact, or, oh, you didn't walk around enough. You didn't move enough. Most of those things are not what you really want to focus on. I mean, if you want that kind of stuff, you can go to Toastmasters. But if you really want to create want, if you really want to attract and enroll, you really need to master the 7 feelings that everybody needs to feel in order to move forward. Matter of fact, I put those feelings in my book, Word Genius. And I'm really proud of that book because Kevin Harrington, the original shark from Shark Tank, wrote the foreword of that book. And he said he wished everybody who had ever appeared in front of him on Shark Tank would have first read that book. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Who here would like one of those books? I'm not going to give you one. Now, I'm being a little bit silly now. You guys are being kind and gracious. You're playing along with me. Thank you for playing along. But am I creating a perception of value of the book? How am I doing that? Who wrote the foreword? What was said? Am I quantifying it? I got 7 feelings. Guys, it's not a book. It's my life's work. What did I just do right now? How did I position that? There's a book, and then there's my life's work, which has a greater perception of value. Everything I'm talking about is how you frame things. Do you see the importance of how you frame what it is you're doing in your content? You guys have been kind and played along, so I'm going to give this to you. These are the 7 feelings that everybody needs to feel in order to move forward. And by the way, you could just do 1 or 2 of these really, really, really well, and the rest wouldn't matter. But as much of this that you can do, the better. 1, can you help people feel like you're the authority? 2, do they not just like you, but fall in love with you a little bit? The more money that they spend, the greater the investment that they're going to have with you, the more they can't just like you. They got to love you. Do you have solutions to their problems? Are your solutions duplicatable? If you're trying to show them a way to do what you do you make it look really complex and you have some kind of special talent and gift that is straight from God and can probably never be duplicated? That's going to be a difficult way to get people to move forward. You got to be able to show them, hey, anybody can do this, right? And that's why you hear people, kind of playing up the human components. I definitely think a lot of people can do what I've done. That being said, I don't want to use false modesty. I probably have a few things working for me, but I stopped going to school in the 11th grade. I'm not proud of that. But that would be a way in which I would share a very true part of my story. And people would say, David, I love your stories, but what's the point of the story? I want people to know that what I do is duplicatable, right? In my mind, my presentation isn't just a presentation. Every slide, I'm going, this is where they'll see me as the authority. This is where they see that I have a solution. Do you see the process here? Pretty good, right? You like that, don't you? It's almost like we've done this before. For you at home, the audience is going crazy. They're laughing. They're cheering. I'm trying to get these people to calm down over there in the back. You can't see all these people here, but I got to tell you, it's pandemonium in here. It's pure pandemonium in here. Please calm down. Please stop. Wait. The thing that I probably do the worst at is not perception of value. I think we do a really good job at that. Very important to create a perception of value. But the one I don't do very good at is creating a sense of urgency, right? A lot of times the typical ways that people create urgency is, oh, I only have so many, or, hey, this offer only acts so long. That doesn't ring true for me personally. It's not as authentic for me. Now, there is a way in which you can create urgency very authentically, and from time to time I do. But for the most part, I'm not in a major rush. Like if we're going to work together, we're probably working together for 6 months or a year. A lot of my clients here, like NuCalm, we're going on almost 2 years now. Masajati, almost a couple of years. Bernardo Moya, years now we've been working together. Actionera, the app company. I mean, there's a lot of people in here that are our clients. BrainTap, I'm actually the one who branded BrainTap, came up with the name. It was actually called something else before. It already existed in 2015. They were a client. We branded them BrainTap and did a bunch of stuff for them. But if you go around, you can see some real testimonials and case studies and proof. But I never created a lot of urgency, right? In the back, Gwen, even Gwen, we've met on the cruise a couple times and we've been talking, and she came up to me. She's like, David, things are going on. I'm going to call you. I said, Gwen, it's okay. I'm not going anywhere, right? The fortune is in the follow-up. The fortune is in the what? Yeah, it's in the follow-up, right? But if you really want to know all 7 feelings that you should be creating, one of them is a sense of urgency. Now, one of the best ways to create a sense of urgency is something I call make sense marketing. When you say things that don't make sense, it becomes a little incongruent. It makes people think and get really in their heads. So we really want to try to make sense as much as we possibly can. So if I told you, hey, I got a $25,000 course in Mastermind, and today I'm giving it away for $97, that wouldn't make sense. You'd be like, well, David, that's too good to be true. It doesn't make sense. Like it must not really be that valuable. And so it could stop you. Now, here's make sense marketing. I have a new course coming out. It's called Attraction and Enrollment. I've got an old course. I got 7 of them actually that are printed. They're sitting in my garage. I just want to get rid of them. So I'm giving this course that I truly have sold for tens of thousands of dollars before for $100. It's great information. I don't want it sitting in my garage. That makes sense, doesn't it? That's makes sense marketing, right? So if you are giving a really good deal, what can you do to make sense? And this is all a part of attraction and enrollment. This is what makes everything else easier, because we're not chasing people. We're not trying to convince people. We're not objection handling. Nothing wrong with objection handling. But when you create value and you're seen as the icon in your industry, when you're seen as the celebrity expert, you don't have to sell as much, right? They want what you have. They're coming to you asking you, how do we get it? So these 7 feelings are really important. It makes sense. It clicks. You can see that down there. But here are the seven feelings. I saw a lot of people taking pictures of that. We kind of shared that in a whole nother slide there. Broke it up. I'm waiting for my slide to click. So this shift is a little bit of a conversation shift, okay? One of the things that you should write down is conversation shift. Make a mental note of that. Put it on your phone. You want to have a conversation shift. The conversation shift is when you go from, how do I handle all these objections? How do I go after them? To, how do I create value and bring them to me, right? Now, there's a phrase out there that is an emotional trigger, and it makes people feel a little bit different of a way, and that is clickbait, okay? We could call it read bait. We could call it ad bait. We could call it, the point is it has something that makes people want to take action. You need to look at yourself as somebody who should be inspiring action in every audience, action in every individual. Now, forget everything I just said for a second. Just suspend it in time. Who are the best speakers out there? If I asked you, if I polled you, who are the best speakers out there? Some of you might say, oh, the storytellers, or oh, the people that, they really make you, they cry. Oh, the people that are really funny. I love a good funny speaker. Love a good funny story, right? I'll tell you who I believe and I can prove hands down are the best speakers. This is the hardest thing to do. If you can do this, you are considered one of the top % of a percent. And I truly mean this. The ability to inspire action. Sure, that could mean buying something from you, but it could also mean registering for something, clicking on something, commenting on something, sharing something. We need to be in the action business. When you're speaking on stage, when you are on video on Facebook, when you are on social media, when you're talking to somebody in a discovery session, ask yourself, do you have the ability to inspire action? And we don't have to go for the big macro leaps and bounds of sales. Do not forget the value of those micro steps. Hey, register here. Come to this event there. Hey, here's my book. Chapter 9. I'm picking out a chapter. Chapter 9 is where I want you to start. Chapter 3 is where I want you to start, right? When they take action, give them the next step. When they take action, give them the next step. See yourself as somebody attracting and enrolling people in baby steps. See yourself as somebody creating want and value so that they come and are excited. They're actually excited to do the next step, and then the next step, and the next step. This is what attraction and enrollment is all about. People will say to me, David, you know, you're talking about speaking, you're talking about writing, like it just seems like it's all over the place. It's really not. My book, Word Genius, is what to say and how to say it. Would you make more money if you were better at knowing what to say and how to say it? That's what we do with people. Getting you featured in the media, it's what to say and how to say it. Masajati, he was at the London Science Museum speaking. He was featured in the London Post. We've had him featured twice now in USA Today. He's a regular in the Los Angeles Tribune. He's a client. He truly attracts. He's not chasing people. The marketing is really attraction. The sales is really enrollment. That's what you want. You want that higher level of business and operations. That's why me and Moss work so well together. We're not greedy. We're not chasing. We're not desperate. We're searching for the people who are ready for us. Ask yourself, are you searching for the people that are ready for you? And I'm about to tell you why we might do financially better than most people out there. And the answer will kind of surprise you. It's not necessarily that I'm drastically more knowledgeable. It's not necessarily because I'm drastically more connected. Here's what it is. I have the ability, and I have made it my focus, to find the people who can afford what I'm really worth. So many problems, ask yourself if this is true, so many problems comes from when we try to work with people who can't afford what we're really worth. We're making deals and we're making payments and they're in a tough position and we got to change their lives tomorrow. They signed with us today. They got to be on Oprah tomorrow. They signed with us today. They've got to be a savant tomorrow. They signed with us today and now we're supposed to cure them of all their problems of their mother and their father and their brothers and their sisters and their last husband. It doesn't work that way, right? It does not work that way. So we need to not only create a perception of value, but when we create that perception of value and we align it with the right attraction and enrollment, we're going to find the people that can afford what we're really worth. And then we can have the ability to do more with less. Who here would like to do more with less? Anybody here like to do more with more? So that's most of us. That's most of us. We're almost all in on that. So this is something we call speaker mastery, but this could be called message mastery. But one of the things that I teach is a series of language patterns. Here's 10 language patterns. This is very advanced stuff. Over here, this is a series of delivery devices. It's what to say and how to say it, or how to say it and what to say. Okay? Would you like an example? Say yes. So what I just did there was commanding. We can wait for people, but we can just tell people what to say. That's good, isn't it? Say yes. Yeah, okay, there you go. It's kind of commanding. Here's one of the things that people will do is they ask for a lot of permission. Can I this? Can I that? A little bit of that's good. But there's times when you need to walk in and own the room. Now, I'm just telling you statistics, and I can prove this, and I'm not picking on things. Some people are better than other people. Some men are better than other men. Some women are better than other women. Some women better than other men. You get the idea, right? But statistically, women need this the most. It's a lot of, can I have permission? Can we do this? Would it be okay? One of the things I want to teach the women speakers the most is get up, own that room, take this out, write this down, write it down, write this down. Write this down. Write it down. Be commanding. I'm not going to look away from this guy until he writes be commanding. He wrote, be commanding. Guys, have him do it. Own the room. You're the speaker. You're up there. You're on camera. There's a reason for that. Don't pussyfoot around. Own it. Just own it. Just start telling people what it is you need to do. Now, you can't go too far with any of those things. Here's the thing that I'm probably most famous for. It's the tie down. Who here knows what the tie down is? Okay, some of my students, some of my clients, what the tie down is. Statistically, if you ask a yes or no question, do you think people are more likely to say yes or more likely to say no? Who here says they're more likely to say yes? Who here says they're more likely to say no? Okay, you're right. The majority of the room was right. People are more likely to say no. Now, most of us, we're entrepreneurs, we're risk takers. It throws us off a little bit because we're more likely to say yes. Yeah, I'm in. I haven't even told you what it is yet. Doesn't matter, I'm in. But no is safe. No means you're not volunteering. No means status quo. No means you're not taking a risk, right? So there's a lot of safety in no. So the best way to ask that yes or no question is a statement. So let me give you an example. Here's an okay way. Does this make sense? Well, here's what people do. Does it make sense? Yes, it makes sense. Well, does it make sense the way I think it makes sense to him? We're all in our heads. Here's a tie down. This makes sense, doesn't it? You could ask somebody, do you like this? Well, do I like it? How much do I like it? Do I want to say I like this? You like this, don't you? Tie down. If you've ever watched any good legal drama, this is the way attorneys are trained when cross-examining people. You were in that car that night, weren't you? It was about 12 o'clock and you drove to Los Angeles, right? That's correct, isn't it? The odds are the more people say yes, the more people say yes. We want people to say yes. The funny thing is, now that you hear this, you're going to really hear this. You see what I'm saying, right? Because I've been doing this the whole time, haven't I? But now you're thinking about it, aren't you? This is just the way I talk, isn't it? I could do this all day, right? Right? Most people, they don't even think anything of it. But when I'm doing things like this, people are saying yes. And that feels good, doesn't it? You like that, right, Alex? You like that, don't you? Right? People are just more likely to say yes. We're just playing the odds. Now, I'm not trying to trick anybody. I'm just trying to help you teach and speak in the purest form of communication. Okay? So that's what's called a tie down. There's what's called an echo, where you get people to repeat the last word. I know several of you guys do this. It can be quite powerful. It can be quite what? Powerful. That's an echo. Now, what's really tricky is some people will learn one thing. It's like, who hear this? Who hear this? And then, you feel like a chimp after about 5 minutes and you're too tired to raise your hand. The idea as a speaker is you start learning all these different language patterns and you're doing tie downs and that feels good, doesn't it? And you're commanding the audience, write this down, say yes, right? And then you're having them do echoes. Word genius, word what? And then what's happening is there's this interactivity and there's this energy between you and the audience. It can communicate through camera. It can communicate while speaking. You can do this even on Zoom, a little bit trickier, but you can do it. But the idea is there are language patterns and there are delivery devices that will help you attract and enroll. You believe this, don't you? Raise your hand. Anybody here not believe anything I'm saying? Okay, great. So we're all in, which, by the way, I just taught you another language pattern. All in. All in. So here's what you want to do. Anybody this? A bunch of people are going to raise their hands. Anybody not? The people who never raised their hands, guess what they just did? They didn't raise their hand. Anybody this? Everybody? Anybody not? Okay, great. We're all in. What's the emotional trigger of me telling the audience we're all in? It feels good, doesn't it? This is what we want to do. We want to create the right feelings to help people move forward. Who here sees this as somewhat of mastery? Do you see this as a message mastery? Yeah. It's valuable, isn't it? You would like this more in your life, wouldn't you? You see what I'm doing, don't you? And it's still impactful, isn't it? I could do this all day, right? What's really funny is to see my kids, even my 11-year-old daughter, she'll talk this way with people, and they have no idea. Sometimes I don't even know. Dad, you want to go to the park, don't you? No, I don't. No, why would you say that? I don't think I want to go. Well, because the pool's there. You want to go to the pool, don't you? You said you want to go to the pool. The stuff works. The stuff works. So there's all kinds of things in language patterns, tie downs, echoes, commandings. Sometimes it's good to be agreeable. Sometimes it's good to be polarizing. Larry Steinhaus, he's really good at polarizing. Mo Rock, he knows how to do polarizing too. Pauses. What did I do when I first got up here? I did a big pause. You guys thought I forgot what I was going to say. You're like, oh boy, David's in trouble. Someone should rescue David. The whisper. You guys know the power of the whisper. Sometimes you even have to lean in a little bit just to hear it. Women are really good at the whisper. Breaks, loops. There's all kinds of stuff. There's more of this. I got it all in my book, Word Genius. I got some of those books around here somewhere as well. You can just set those. Yeah, set those right there. That's fine. Yeah, thanks. Let me do a little bit of the delivery devices. And I just want to tell you, everything you're learning up here is really my path in life. I learned this through a lot of mentors, but I also learned this through when I left school in the 11th grade. Even in my 20s, I looked like I was 13. So it's like, I don't have a college education. I don't look like I'm smart. Okay. So how do I get people to listen to me? Right. So I started finding that there were certain things that would get people to listen to me. One of the things is what I call endorsed info. Endorsed info. If I said to you, me, David Fagan, let me tell you what real estate is going to do next. You'd probably be mildly curious. But if I said to you, let me tell you what Larry Steinhaus of the Real Estate Investing School is telling all of his students in their secret mastermind what's going to happen next, who would you listen to more? So if I want to talk to you about something that maybe I don't have a brand for, I'm going to quote somebody else, right? I'm going to quote Winston Churchill. I'm going to quote Mother Teresa. I'm going to quote whoever you are most empowered with. A lot of you guys know Bernardo. I might quote Bernardo because it's Bernardo's event. Some of you guys are here because of Bill Walsh, or you're here because of Mo Rock. So in that group, I might quote Mo Rock. I'm using endorsed info, right? There's another way to use endorsed info. Third-party organizations. I could tell you something statistically. Hey, let me tell you what's going on in the business world. Or I could say the Harvard Business Journal has said that AI will be the fastest moving industry this year. And every entrepreneur has to find a way to leverage it or risk going out of business. What sounds more impactful? What sounds more powerful, right? So what to say, how to say it, how to use endorsed info. What stories do you guys like the most? Hey, I want to tell you a story. I don't really like to share this. It's kind of embarrassing. You guys just all lean forward. I love to write. You know how I got my first writing? And by the way, this is truly really embarrassing. I used to write poetry for girls. I was that 6th or 7th grader that I would write a poem and I would stick it in some girl's locker. There was even a certain way you folded it up and you like clipped it and you pulled it out. And even back then, I was way out of my league and a dreamer. When I was a 9th grader, I would write poems or short stories for the captain of the cheerleaders, a senior in high school. That's how delusionally confident. This is just to give you a little insight of my brain here, right? Okay, this is me. Now, who here is getting the presentation under the presentation? You guys getting? What am I doing right now? Because you guys are all so advanced, I'm stepping out of the presentation from time to time and I'm saying, what's going on here right now? What am I doing? And by the way, can you do this? Can you share an embarrassing story? Who here has an embarrassing story? Who here has more than one embarrassing story? So guys, all of these things here, inspirational stories, metaphors, analogies, expressions, acronyms are great, alliterations, visual aids, jokes when done right. This is how to master your message. This is the kind of things that you want to apply into your attraction and into your enrollment. This is why I wrote the book. Word Genius. This is what I do for my clients when we're publishing them and publicizing them. This here is a book called Women Gone Wild. When they came to me, they said, David, we want to write a book with a bunch of women. We want to call it The DNA of a Feminine Leader. I said, no. We need controversy, attention getting. So we created Women Gone Wild, the feminine guide to fearless living. We took something that made people stop and kind of go, wait a second, what is that, right? What do a lot of people think of when they hear Women Gone Wild? Just whisper it to yourself. Don't say it out loud. The first time I was ever on Fox and Friends, I would make controversial statements, and you want to take one of your beliefs, just take whatever your beliefs are, take one, turn it into something controversial. So one of the things I would say is, I don't think college is for everyone. That's not controversial. So I'd like to take all my statements and make them controversial. So I said, I refuse to pay for my kids' college education. I haven't saved one penny for my kids' college education. So Fox and Friends called me up and said, is this really true? Is this right? You got a sailboat. You're living in California. Your office is in Beverly Hills. You haven't saved one penny for your kids' college education? No. He said, okay, we want you to come on and talk about that. So I went to my designer and I said, we need to create a book called Guerrilla Parenting. I'm the former CEO of Guerrilla Marketing. So we created a book cover. I said, hey, can we put this book cover up when I come on? He said, yeah, sure. So I came on and Fox and Friends, and they put up the book cover, Guerrilla Parenting, How to Raise an Entrepreneur. That day, the book became a best-selling book, and I hadn't written one word of the book yet. Not one word. But the idea is I use controversy, right? So not just what you say, but how do you say it? How do you wrap your message in something that people feel compelled to open up? If they want, if they click, if they comment, if they share, those action-oriented steps is how we know we're onto something. Marketing is measuring. How do you measure your marketing? How do you know your marketing's working? If there's an element of attraction. And again, how do we ultimately measure the best speakers in the world? How do we ultimately measure the best influencers in the world? The people that have the ability to inspire action. Inspire what? And what was that? An echo. There you go. You guys are with me. Feels good, doesn't it? What was that? A tie down. It's a tie down, right? And you know who loves tie downs? Mo Rock. Mo Rock of the Los Angeles Tribune says, David, I would tie down every single phrase. What did I just do there by saying Mo Rock said that? Endorsed info, right? That's a majority owner of the Los Angeles Tribune. Who cares if I said it? Mo said it, right? So I'm creating this as we go here, and I'm not going to spend too much more time on this. As a matter of fact, we're going to wrap up pretty quickly. But this is a magazine of the Los Angeles Tribune. It's Tom Hanks there on the cover. We'll put our clients in things like this. But when we go to the media, we've had a lot of clients in USA Today. We just did something with the Los Angeles Tribune and the NASDAQ TV. Isabel here, we just had her on Fox Business and Bloomberg. You know, when we go and we pitch those people, do you think this still applies? Say yes. What was that, by the way? Say yes. What was that? Commanding, right? Say yes. Wait. Now, when you're doing these types of things, if you don't wait for the response, or if you don't get that response, then what you're doing is you're teaching the audience, oh, we don't really have to do these things, right? Some people just kind of talk up here, and the audience realizes, oh, he doesn't even really care about us. He's just going to keep talking no matter what. So they don't respond. So I have to stop. I stare at this one guy. I'm just staring at the crew over here going, all right, write this down. Even though they're the only individual, we're all sharing that as a collective experience. I know these are little things, but I hope that you're starting to kind of get the picture of what it means to attract and enroll, what it means to create value. On the flip side of this magazine, Mas Sajadi, here's a client of ours we're very proud to be associated with him. So he's on the back cover, or is it the front cover? We'll never know. Maybe Tom Hanks is on the back cover and Mas is on the front. But these are some of the publications we have. I'm going to share one more. This book here is called Becoming Significant. And it says how to invoke sacred words that unlock real power. when the world shut down, this was a passion project that me and Isabel did together. We would go on jogs or walks or runs, you know. Not only did we see each other a lot already, now we saw each other a lot, right? The world's shut down, me and her. And so we said, let's write this book, right? And let's kind of take all the things we've ever wanted to do with the book and put it into this book. So there's a lot of things here, square and hardback and interior design and quote pages and skimmable and all these things we teach are in this book. So this is kind of like a passion project for us. But this book is kind of the self-improvement or personal development side of the book Word Genius. Word Genius is sort of the business side of, you know, what to say and how to say it. This is the personal side of what to say to yourself and how to say it to yourself, what to say to your partner, your team, right? So it has the greatest impact. And so that it inspires action. Inspires what? If I get nothing else from you guys today, if you learn nothing else, you want to attract and enroll, you want to create want that ultimately ends in inspiring action. Action in every audience or action in every individual. You guys have been amazing. We're kind of going into wrap-up mode here. I do want to give away a couple things. And you can go to the bookstore in the back. You can come up here afterwards, kind of off to the side. But I would love to say hi to you. Many of you I already know. But if I don't know you, you can come talk to me. Richard, will you please stand up? You can come talk to Richard, who's been on our executive team and a partner in a lot of projects. You can come and talk to Richard. If you have a book, if you have a project, you got a magazine, you know, you've got a show you want to get out there more. Because remember, we're top talent agency. We're a talent management organization. And you won't really see anybody like us in this world. You'll see marketers, you'll see publicists. But what we do is we represent and promote speakers, authors, and experts. Who here is a speaker? Who here is an author? Who here considers themselves an expert in something? Okay, so at least everybody here at least fits into one of those categories. So if you'd like somebody to represent you, to support you, to manage you, to look at what you have and then figure out the next best step, then we would be a good person for you. And that's the end of my job interview. How did I do? Thank you. You guys have been amazing. I appreciate it. I think they're surprised I finished on time. They're probably not used to this.
People from all over the world are seeking inspiration, looking for answers, looking to become the best version of themselves. The Best You series, we will feature the best speakers, coaches, authors, podcasters, and mentors, leaders in their own right. Innovators, influencers, inspirers of the 21st century. Available now on the Best You TV.
Stress impacts all of us. We're all human. Part of being human is stress. It doesn't matter the external element of stress. What causes the stress response is inconsequential. The physiology of stress is the same. It's an identical physiological response inside of our body. Therefore, anybody, from monks to professional athletes, to the FBI, to pilots, to doctors, to people suffering with chronic disease, everybody can benefit from stress remediation, relaxation, and good sleep. NuCalm is here for everybody. NuCalm simply slows you down and allows you to do this through biochemistry and physics. You apply a biosignal processing disc to your left wrist. You put an eye mask on so that you're not visually stimulated by light. And most importantly, you're going to listen to music. We have algorithms in physics slowing down your brain, and we're slowing you down to this space just above deep sleep where your body can get into balance and you can heal, recover, and restore. This is one of those rare times where what sounds too good to be true is even better than you think.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We have earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
I want you to think about in your business what it is that we want. Be seen, be heard, be paid. What needs to change and shift now? I believe every woman should start creating her own economy. I believe every woman should have her seat at the table. If nobody's inviting you, create your own table. This is not about paying your bills. This is about you leaving a legacy and having more than enough. It's called abundance. Your true calling comes as you begin to move. It's time for a shift because I want more millionaires coming out of this room.
The Best You EXPO is where personal growth and professional development meet. Whether you're a speaker looking to share your expertise, a brand interested in reaching more people, or an individual seeking inspiration and connection, this event has something for everyone. With a history of attracting top speakers, coaches, authors, and entrepreneurs, the Best You EXPO provides a platform to showcase your skills and connect with a community of like-minded individuals. Over the years, the event has grown to become one of the largest self-improvement events in the world, with international events held in the UK and California, and now coming back to LA in March 2024. More The Best You EXPOs in other cities to be announced soon. So don't miss your chance to be part of this incredible event. Whether you're interested in speaking, exhibiting, or licensing the Best You EXPO, now is the time to get involved. With hundreds of thousands of attendees and a proven track record of success, this is the perfect opportunity to reach your personal and professional goals. Get in touch with us today to learn more about the Best You EXPO. For more information, come to our booth. The Best You EXPO is where personal growth and professional development meet. Whether you're a speaker looking to share your expertise, a brand interested in reaching more people, or an individual seeking inspiration and connection, this event has something for everyone. With a history of attracting top speakers, coaches, authors, and entrepreneurs, the Best You EXPO provides a platform to showcase your skills and connect with a community of like-minded individuals. Over the years, the event has grown to become one of the largest self-improvement events in the world, with international events held in the UK and California, and now coming back to LA in March 2024. More The Best You EXPOs in other cities to be announced soon. So don't miss your chance to be part of this incredible event. Whether you're interested in speaking, exhibiting, or licensing the Best You EXPO, now is the time to get involved. With hundreds of thousands of attendees and a proven track record of success, this is the perfect opportunity to reach your personal and professional goals. Get in touch with us today to learn more about the Best You EXPO. For more information, come to our booth.
I want you to think about in your business what it is that we want. Be seen, be heard, be paid. What needs to change and shift now? I believe every woman should start creating her own economy. I believe every woman should have her seat at the table. If nobody's inviting you, create your own table. This is not about paying your bills. This is about you leaving a legacy and having more than enough. It's called abundance. Your true calling comes as you begin to move. It's time for a shift because I want more millionaires coming out of this room.
Stress impacts all of us. We're all human. Part of being human is stress. It doesn't matter the external element of stress. What causes the stress response is inconsequential. The physiology of stress is the same. It's an identical physiological response inside of our body. Therefore, anybody, from monks to professional athletes, to the FBI, to pilots, to doctors, to people suffering with chronic disease, everybody can benefit from stress remediation, relaxation, and good sleep. NuCalm is here for everybody. NuCalm simply slows you down and allows you to do this through biochemistry and physics. You apply a biosignal processing disc to your left wrist. You put an eye mask on so that you're not visually stimulated by light. And most importantly, you're going to listen to music. We have algorithms in physics slowing down your brain, and we're slowing you down to this space just above deep sleep where your body can get into balance and you can heal, recover, and restore. This is one of those rare times where what sounds too good to be true is even better than you think.
The Inspiring People interview series is a collection of exclusive interviews sure to inspire and motivate you. I'm Bernardo Moya, the founder and Chief Inspirational Officer of The Best You. And in this series of interviews, I'm in conversation with industry leaders, thought leaders, self-made millionaires, Olympians, and global sports personalities, the influencers of today's world. I find out about their start in life, their early days, their rise to success, and both the good and the bad times. We discuss their opinions on education, business, money, and just how to be happier. Join us to find out more about these fascinating and inspiring people.
All right, we're going to get started here in just a second.
Check.
I'm going to be introducing the next speaker, Jim Poole of NuCalm. Check out the hat. This is vintage. This is custom. This is a collector's item. I had, what did I originally get? 5 of these, 6 of these?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they went fast. And the person who took the most of them out of my house is my teenage boys. They have no idea what this is. I keep telling them. They see Isabel using it all the time. So this is my last hat left. So now this
Free marketing.
Yes, this is free marketing. Well, I don't know how free. We'll talk about that later.
$40 million of free marketing.
Yeah, I'll talk about that later. So I think a lot of you guys have been by the NuCalm booth. We're proud to call Jim Poole a friend, a client. We just had Jim actually in Kenya, speaking at multiple universities, schools, doing service projects. We're going to be going back to Kenya in only 2 weeks. So Jim, we're excited to have you go back to Kenya. I'm going to have you start in just a couple of minutes. But before we do that, how was Kenya for you?
Kenya. It was amazing. You could say life-changing. That would be an understatement.
Yeah.
It was.
The rumor is you're going to build a house there. Is that
not a
true?
rumor. That's my future. Yes. And David, my twin brother, is going to be my housekeeper. He's going to stay there year-round.
Everybody's like, we don't know exactly how much to believe you right now.
It's true. It's true.
But yeah, but you do have a good.
I expect around 4 years from now, we'll build a house in Nairobi.
Okay. So for those of you guys listening all over the place, and I know we especially have a lot of people in Europe. I know it's getting a little bit later over there, but this is now really the best time. You guys have heard about Jim Poole and NuCalm before. We're going to give a very detailed presentation now. Basically, this is somebody that we've been very excited to book at events. We've had him featured in USA Today, New York Post. He was recently in the Rob Report. We just had him on NASDAQ TV. He had a show that was aired on Bloomberg, Fox Business. So needless to say, everything is changing for NuCalm, except for the quality of their patented neuroscience technology. And everybody that I talk to seems to have a story. And Jim, I don't know how you deal with all these stories, because people come up to you in tears. They come up to you talking about cancer. They come up talking to you about a condition that they've suffered for decades. Not just not being able to maybe sleep or not being able to rest, but all of the problems that have combined because of that. They come up to you and talk about stories of children, husbands, wives. But like, I'm standing next to you and it's just like, how do you listen to story after story, experience after experience? And I've watched you. It's like you're listening to it for the first time every time.
NuCalm. It's like a repeating loop. So my life gets stressful. I NuCalm, reset, open up. You know, it's quite easy actually to show no judgment, empathetically connect with a human. They can feel your love.
Yeah.
They feel vulnerable.
Yeah.
They need to get it off their chest. They don't know who to speak to. So for 14 years, we've been a vessel for a lot of people's stories, but they're human.
Yeah.
And there's no story that seems too unconscionable to us. And you simply accept what they have to offer. You give them a hug. It never gets old.
Yeah. Well, let me finish with this so Jim can start. Professional athletes use NuCalm. Tony Robbins used NuCalm. Yes, they like me, of course. Yes. Professional Settlers of Catan player. And in Tony's most recent book, Life Force, Tony Robbins' most recent book, page 371, I found it really cool that he actually talks about NuCalm, loves NuCalm, big fan of NuCalm. Some of you guys know of Jim Quick. Jim Quick's been a speaker at some past Best You EXPO. Jim Quick just partnered with Jim Poole and NuCalm, and they created something called Quick State. Jim was just at FBI Quantico training with people. So again, the list just goes on and on. Everything from working with teachers and cancer patients to working with professional athletes to having big known influencers and speakers that need to perform at a very high level. They're all using NuCalm. It's a patented neuroscience technology. This is not just the spokesperson, but also a client.
I am.
Jim, take it away.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for being here. It's an honor and a privilege anytime we get an opportunity to share our story. Our story is complex with the neuroscience, but it's really real and predicated on humanity. So I will not speak in too many extemporaneous 50-cent words if I can help it. But imagine having the power of your brain in the palm of your hand. Imagine that for a second. And let's think about humanity and mankind and our evolution. Since the dawn of man, we have either discovered, created, invented, developed ways to change our mental state. If we want to feel excited this afternoon, we might get an energy drink, a Red Bull, a Monster, a Dunkin' Donuts, an espresso. If we want to feel sedated, we might have a glass of wine. If we want to go a little more extreme, we might experiment with recreational drugs. If we don't want to feel depressed, we might take an antidepressant. If we don't want to feel anxious, we might take an anti-anxiety. And if we're having trouble sleeping, we might take sleeping pills. Think about that. Wouldn't it be nice if a human could actually self-regulate? Doesn't it seem rather pedestrian that we're constantly seeking external forces to change our state? Can't we do that on our own? All of these modalities work. Sometimes they don't work as effectively as other times, but all of them have negative consequences. And I am here to share with you a way that we can actually, with the power of an app, change your state on demand. So why do we do that? Why do we seek external forces to manage our state? And where does it come from? Brain circuitry. How the brain was evolved, how we're wired. Wouldn't it have been nice if we were growing up in like maybe 6th, 7th grade, someone came in and said, hey, this is how the brain has evolved. This is how it's wired. These are why you're going to make the choices you're going to make. This is why the behavior you're going to do. It's all predicated on wiring. So about 40 million years ago, the wiring of the primordial midbrain began. The reptile brain. Doesn't sound that advanced because it's not. This part of our brain has evolved to capture, fight, flight, or freeze. And it's a piece of our midbrain. And it's managed by the amygdala. And it's built into the autonomic nervous system, which manages stress and rest. The sympathetic nervous system is the stress response, and the parasympathetic is the rest response. But it also governs fear, stress, anxiety, depression, and worry. Are we familiar with that aspect of our human condition? Fear, stress, anxiety, depression, worry. It's all part of the primordial reptile piece of our brain. The other aspect of our brain is our forehead, our frontal and prefrontal cortex. This part of our brain separates us from primates. Now, some of you have friends you don't think have really separated from primates yet. They're probably stuck in the amygdala, and that's okay. But this part of our brain is our character, our personality, our patience, our presence, our executive functioning, our logic. This is who we are. This part of our brain is 4 million years evolved. So the challenge for all of us is every day we battle a 36 million year head start of fear, stress, anxiety, depression, and worry. 36 million year head start. I don't know what that means. It's too grandiose a number. That doesn't hit with me. So why don't we talk about something closer to home? How much have you learned and adapted since COVID? How much have you learned and adapted when COVID started? How much? When did it come here? March of 2020? It's March of 2023. In the last 3 years, think about the evolution of your adaptive behavior, your resilience, the things you've done. Okay, now that is more clear. I can tell things have really changed. Okay, extrapolate that out to 40 million years. That's how perfected that neuronal circuitry is. That's how perfected depression, fear, anxiety, worry is. So what does this mean? You know the term, hey, you got a pea brain? They were relatively close. It's really an almond-shaped brain. The amygdala is an almond-shaped piece in our midbrain. We are mostly commanded, our behavior, our attention, our emotional stability, by an almond in our brain. Come on, man. Humans are amazing. You're telling me an almond is dominating my behavioral pattern? That's exactly what I'm telling you, and it's unfortunate. Why? How does that work? It's all about resources. Resources, resources, resources. What are the resources the brain uses to adapt, think, emotionally feel stuff? Oxygen-rich red blood. That's what we do every day. So when oxygen-rich red blood is in our forehead, we are patient, we are present, we are non-judgmental, we are happy, we have access to gratitude, humility, joy. When the resources are occupied and sabotaged by the almond amygdala, we are fearful, we are worrisome, we are anxious, we have anticipatory anxiety. Worry is insane. Worry is completely irrational. There's a quote from a dear friend of mine. It said, worry is interest you pay on a debt you don't owe. It makes no sense. Think back in your life how often worry has actually helped you. And think about how many mental calories you've consumed worrying. But it's not your fault. The wiring of the brain. Wouldn't it be nice if someone told us this when we were growing up? Wouldn't it liberate us from being so hypercritical of ourselves, right? Filled with shame when we do things we don't want to do. It's neuronal circuitry. And I'm not saying fatalism or the biology has us trapped in this space. It doesn't. It would be nice if we evolved quicker. Why aren't we evolving quicker? Why has technology outpaced evolution of man? Why are we still driven by an amygdala? So the central nervous system has one defined role, self-preservation. Without that, there's really nothing else that matters, right? So survival and self-preservation is key number one. And what does it do? Well, it has 5 senses, and it has your intuition. So let's take, for example, coming into the LA Forum. Now, I'm from Delaware, so the LA Forum is not or the convention center. This isn't a normal place for me. So when I go to a new place, you'll notice you're fatigued at night. Why? Because your central nervous system doesn't feel familiar, grounded, and safe. So it's activating all of its resources to find an anchor. You'll notice that your peripheral vision is increased, your olfactory is increased, all of your senses are peaked to establish a grounding framework for safety and security. That's your central nervous system's job, self-preservation. Your central nervous system, if it had its way, wouldn't want you to do anything. If I stayed home, there's no risk. If I don't do anything, there's no risk. So we're all creatures of habit. Some of us habitualize our creature habits more, but we are all creatures of habit. We shouldn't judge people for being such. Why? Because their central nervous system is there to protect them. When you follow a habit and you follow a routine, you're safe. Your brain can relax. In COVID, there were a few opportunities where I was really taken aback about how things just changed. And it was interesting because you pay attention to the mental calories you burn just to do normal things. So David, my twin brother, lives in Boston, and I'm from Boston, but I moved 19 years ago south to Delaware to raise our kids. And we were in Faneuil Hall in August, about 7:30 at night in Boston, one of the most popular, ridiculous tourist traps in America. There wasn't a single person on the street. And I remember my brain couldn't process this. I was like, this looks post-apocalyptic. It demanded so much of our energy because the central nervous system says, wait a second, I know this, and this isn't normal, okay? So the central nervous system keeps us in a state of perpetual habitualization and being a creature of habit. What does this do? It slows down our evolution because we don't take risks. So the advancement of technology, they don't have a central nervous system. They don't have a protection mechanism. They don't have self-preservation. It is so far past us now, and we're still this pedestrian evolution. For those of you who take supplements, you'll be wholly unimpressed with the body's evolution of how it creates absorption of a supplement. When you take a supplement sublingually, through a liquid, through a transdermal cream, you're going to absorb about 7 to 10% because the body has not evolved to extract a higher yield from a supplement. So you're urinating 90% of what you absorb. Okay, it'd be nice if we had a higher absorption rate, but the brain hasn't evolved yet. So that's kind of how that works. When the central nervous system is in threat, what does it do? It calls on the almond. Hey, almond, we're in threat. Mobilize and take care of us. So the central nervous system's primary function is self-preservation and survival. It has 5 senses. Your visual acuity is the most. 80% of your cerebral cortex is your visual cortex. You're getting a tremendous amount of information from your eyes, and has your intuition. When it senses a threat, real or perceived, it activates the amygdala. All the resources leave your frontal cortex and your brain and your thinking and go to the amygdala in a cascade of hormones, catecholamines, adrenaline, and your body mobilizes for a threat, leaving no oxygen-rich red blood cells here. So you're not thinking rationally when you're sabotaged by the amygdala. Isn't this fascinating? This works every day. Every single day we battle this. Every single day we have internal triggers in our brain that trigger this activity. It's amazing. And we're not trapped, but it is important that we understand what we're trying to do here. So the amygdala is at the mercy of the central nervous system. And one thing that's ironic or unfortunate for humanity is that the brain, in its absolute self-preservation, will do anything to survive, cannot filter real or perceived threats. That's the advent of phobias. They're irrational. I used to be scared of heights. Being scared of spiders is irrational. I tell people, why are you scared of a spider? There's only a few species on Earth that can kill you. Real fear is a spider. Looking up at somebody that's 10 million times its size with a flip-flop coming down internal velocity to kill it. That's true fear and survival. Phobias are just that. They're irrational fear centers active in the amygdala. It doesn't matter. If you're scared of spiders and spiders there, you're fully trapped, man. You have no resources here. It's all there. Irrational. And you can't even be talked out of it. If someone's in a real phobic state, if you look in their eyes, you look like you're speaking to a shark. They're completely cognitively dissociated. Their eyes are gone. Their ear's still here, but their brain's not processing information because there's no blood flow here to process the information. So this is kind of the baseline assessment of being a human and the brain circuitry of how we've evolved. It's fascinating to me. We see it all the time. The more we see it, the less we judge. The more we see it, it's like, wow. Like what David said, he said, wow, you've heard so many stories. Well, it's humanity. And when you understand why we do what we do, judgment goes away. All right? So what does all this mean? And how would we create a way to put the power of your brain in the palm of your hand? There's my one slide, because David does publicity for me, and he said, Jim, you can't really talk through brainwave function. People don't understand what they can't see, touch, feel, smell, and taste. So I have this slide for you. We are going to be talking about physics and mathematics. And I like talking about physics and mathematics when we're talking about the brain, because it's not so obtuse. It's all modulated by your brainwave. So brainwave is an oscillation of your brain at a certain frequency. High amplitude, low frequency, low amplitude, high frequency. So let's start here. There are 5 categories of brainwave function in a range from 0.5 hertz to 41 hertz. 0.5 hertz to 4 hertz is delta. And many of you have heard of delta. That is deep sleep. So 0.5 hertz, 1 hertz, 1.5, 2, 3, 4. When your brain is oscillating in that wave pattern, you are in dreamless-like deep sleep, which is the first stage of the sleep architecture. So for those of you who have kids, when they fall asleep on the couch and you go to pick them up, you're like, wait a second, my child feels like they're 1,000 pounds because they are in dreamless-like deep sleep. That is a full force of gravity, 9.2 meters per second squared right there. And you're like, ugh. Because delta is the first place we go in the sleep architecture. That first 90 minutes of sleep is delta. So when you are in delta, it is dreamless-like sleep. Theta is a faster frequency, commensurate with the second stage of sleep, 4 hertz to 7 hertz. So this is a faster frequency. Theta is really important for us, for longevity, resilience, health, living a good life. Why? Because in theta, in your 24-hour biorhythm, This is the only time the human body does its cellular maintenance. Maintenance. Can you imagine if we did no maintenance ever, anywhere, all the time? I think there's 32 billion cubic pounds of waste, food waste in America alone. Imagine if we didn't clean it up. Well, your cells need maintenance too. So in this state, 4 hertz to 7 hertz, called theta, your cells are cleaning their toxins and your mitochondria is restored. This is the energy source for your cells. So if you know anything about biology, biology is about communication. Cells have a message to communicate to other cells, and they do it through 2 means, chemical messaging or electrical messaging. But when the cells are filthy, they forget their job. Theta brainwave function is the healing zone for humanity, okay? Alpha is 8 hertz to 12 hertz. So transcendental meditation, relaxation, creativity, rest. This is kind of like, it's Saturday afternoon, you had a long day, you're hosting a party tonight, it's 3:30, you sit down, you put on the TV, and you start dozing off, and your brain kind of goes to this weird place. That's alpha. That's the high end of alpha. It's almost a lucid dream state. Your body starts to sink into the couch, and then your wife says, hey, get up, we got company. And you're like, oh, shit, I don't want to do company. That's alpha. Transcendental meditation, alpha, okay? Then the broadest range is beta, 13 to 38 hertz. This is where we live most of our life. So 13 to 15 hertz would be adult, alert, awake, but not really functioning that well, kind of mentally lethargic. 15 to 20 hertz is a really cool zone because that's the learning zone, specifically 18.4 hertz. When our brain is oscillating at that frequency, we have the highest levels of clarity, comprehension, encoding information, and consolidating to memory. This is a really important aspect of humanity, and we know very little about it. And as humans, we try to push through. But I can tell you this, when your brain is oscillating above 20 hertz, you're not learning. So stop. Figure out how to down-regulate your stress and then get to a space where you go learn. Otherwise, nothing's encoding and nothing's consolidating to memory. 20 to 25 hertz is where most of us live. Low-level anxiety, agitation, stress, worry, to-do lists, expectation, overwhelm. It's a comfortable place, isn't it? That's where most of us live. We're either just above falling asleep or in that anxious state. 25 to 30 is a high level of anxiety, stress, fear, worry, agitation. 30 to 38, you are out of your freaking mind. You're completely cognitive dissociated. You are in pure fight, flight, or freeze. It's bye-bye time. No cognitive availability whatsoever. And then the human brain is so fascinating. There's so many nuances. This is completely amazing to me. Above the highest frequency for the ultimate stress and out of your mind fearful is gamma. Wow, what? It's one of the tightest ranges there, 39 to 41 hertz. And in this state, commensurate with higher consciousness and the brainwave patterns of monks is also activation of your sensory motor rhythm, your gross motor cortex, your peripheral vision, your olfactory. You are prepared physically, emotionally, and spiritually to go after it with pure certainty. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is how we live. This is what our brains do. And we're very passive participants in our brainwave function. What does that mean? The hypothalamus and the cerebral cortex create your brainwave function. And what do? They look at your environment. Hey, it's dark. I don't know if it's night or day. I don't know if it's raining or snowing. I don't know where I am. All right, I'll just chill. So we are a passive participant in our brainwave activity, which is why we have spent all of mankind's time finding time, effort, energy, and resources to trick our brain externally. This is why. Because there's no other choice right now. Mindfulness is amazing. Give me a definition of mindfulness. Show me a path. Show me a chart. What is mindfulness? Mindfulness is a way to oxygenate the prefrontal and frontal cortex. What? Yeah. Meditation, yoga, Tai Chi. These are all pathways that we take with persistence, attitude, intention, perseverance, patience, time, and effort. We don't know what we're doing. You can't give me an accurate explanation of meditation either, okay? But mindfulness for 3,500 years has been around because people understood if we can down-regulate the amygdala, the monkey mind, and the sympathetic tone, we can access oxygen-rich red blood cells to our prefrontal cortex and actually think. You will not go to a monastery and see monks beating the shit out of each other. You just won't. They live in a place of mental patience and presence in the moment without judgment. They're able to be responsive to stress and not reactive. Think about that concept for a second. Can you imagine the opportunity to be responsive to stress and not reactive? Think about how quickly we trigger. Think about how quickly our scheme in our brain says, that motherfucker did this to me. Son of a bitch. You didn't even hear him right. That's how quickly the amygdala says, hey, do you need us? Let's go, mobilize. There's a threat. Is this insanity or what? This is what it means to be a human. This is what you're doing when you're having coffee, or you're hugging somebody, or you're having a glass of warm milk, or you're freaking out. This is what's happening. What I like about this, it's math and physics. It's not up for debate. When your brain waves at 4 hertz, you're healing. When your brain's at 8 hertz, you're creative. When your brain waves at 20 hertz, you're a little stressed. 30, you're stressed out of your mind. 40, you're in a peak higher conscious state of ultimate certainty and unstoppable behavior. That's life. So Dr. Blake Holloway, probably from a different land, not from this planet, descended upon this planet 76 years ago and spent 31 years of his life trying to figure out how to manage that so we could manage that amygdala. Who here's done anything in a singular intentional way for 33 years? I know I haven't. 33 years. Blake was a quantum physicist, neuroscientist, naturopath, and a gift to humanity. He was a gentleman so intellectually capable, it was mind-boggling. We have 52 medical advisors on our advisory board, and collectively, if you took all of their brain matter, he was superior to that collection. I mean, it just was unconscionably crazy, his brilliance. It took him 19 years to figure out how can I safely, reliably, and predictably manage brainwave function. That's what we've done. So we've created this way using very advanced physics and mathematics and algorithms to present your brain with a pattern using the auditory motor cortex to say, hey, why don't you listen to nice music? We'll use it as a distraction, and then we will downregulate or upregulate your stress response. Now, the etiology and the inspiration for Blake to go on this path, which began in 1990, is he was one of the lead triage psychotherapists for the federal government. Natural disasters, mass murders. He was first on site because he knew that if I can get to your autonomic nervous system quick, I can downregulate the stress response, I can remediate the trauma. Yeah, I'd like that. That's good. You can do that. If you're concussed, TBI, CTE, if you can downregulate the stress response, you can get ahead of it and win. What is the stress response? When I'm concussed, what's happening in my brain? Inflammation, baby. The body is a closed loop ecosystem. It's an amazing gift. It doesn't want anything to do with anything external. It doesn't want you to inject it with anything, touch it, surgical intervention, nothing. A closed loop ecosystem. That's why it has so many compensatory mechanisms we call side effects. But when I'm concussed, your body brings a tank to a knife fight. It's called inflammation. And it changes the blood flow to key areas of the brain. So this journey of NuCalm began in 1990. In 2009, I got involved with my identical twin brother, David, who I shared a baby apartment with called the Womb for 9 months. And I said, hey, we were raised by 2 psychotherapists. We were business people, probably making decisions we weren't proud of. And there was an opportunity of this brilliant neuroscientist who had Asperger's. He was never bringing this to the world, ever. He would never be on stage, ever. Brilliant, 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 but not a communicative human because of his brilliance. We got involved in this and said, What have you done? Jim and David, I've created a technology that quickly, predictably, and safely relaxes the mind and body within minutes without side effects. This isn't June of 2009. I'd never heard that statement out loud. I had no idea what he was talking about. Then we spent a couple hours of him describing what he was talking about, and I knew even less of what he was talking about. So at some point, we began this quest together. Why? Because even before COVID and this current state of high stress, anxiety, fear, uncertainty, agitation, confusion, where we're holding on by a string, we were already a mess. Before COVID, as a society, we were living in the second great age of anxiety. The first one was post-World War I. When we thought was the norm was no longer the norm, the central nervous system never felt grounded. Well, the advent of technology and all the environmental toxins and all the tech that we have and all the food supply being metabolic acidosis, full acid, no balance to our food, excitatory neurotransmitters, neurotoxins for the last several decades poisoning us, we're a mess before COVID. So this technology came to be. How did it come to be? It came to be in 19 years of research and then the last 14 years of refinement. We, as a technology, have stood alone for 33 years. I've done probably 250 lectures to the medical community, always looking like I'm coming from Mars. Why? Because Blake wasn't stuck in any modality of science. He was a neuroscientist solving problems and figuring this out. And the goal was to downregulate or upregulate your brainwave function using physics. And that's what we've done. In 2009, we launched a highly regulated Class 3 medical device to the medical community for $6,000. It looked like something built out of Radio Shack. It was a joke. But we weren't thinking about the delivery, we were thinking about the outcome. In that time, from 2009 to 2020, we've done 2 million surgical procedures replacing general anesthesia, listening to physics. So if you want to know how powerful this is, that's what we've done. Over that time, we have served the United States military, Special Forces, Air Force Special Operations Command, Navy SEALs, BORTAC, BORSTAR, the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, FBI Hostage Rescue Team, SWAT, for 12 years, down-regulating these operators' stress response so they can operate at very high level under stressful situations and be there for the team and protect themselves and take care of their job. Professional athletes, 56 professional athletes has been using NuCalm for 13 years. Some of them you know. Tony Robbins and I trained the Golden State Warriors in a hotel room in Oakland for 5 hours in 2018. They won the world championship. Dave Poole and I and Tony Robbins trained the Washington Capitals in a hotel room. They won the Stanley Cup. So we've been doing this for a long time. You've never heard of us because we were a clumsy 4-component, not easy to use, certainly not easy to make a habit, $6,000 medical device. And for 32 years, we were like a closed factory, like Willy Wonka's neuroscience factory, figuring out how do we best map the human brainwave function and build the perfect mousetrap. 32 years, $40 million, 52 medical advisors, FDA, Health Canada, military approval, the only patents in the world. We've been working on this because we knew we had an opportunity to change the landscape of the human condition by helping humans downregulate their stress response without drugs. This is a profound evolution in humanity. I fully expect with great certainty that posthumously, Dr. Blake Holloway will be awarded a Nobel Peace Prize. Why? Because there's only one product in the world that can help you downregulate stress that doesn't involve you. There is no meditation. You're not going to a monastery. There is no yoga. There is no Tai Chi. There's nothing. You lie down, give us 20 or 30 minutes. Our technology takes your brain into theta. Your body heals. And 20 minutes of NuCalm is equivalent to 2 hours of restorative sleep. That is what we've done. Now, why are we here? We've been doing medical until 2021. We were NuCalm until 2021. And then in November of 2021, we launched 2 new products. Imagine that. We're a single product company for 32 years. And then all of a sudden, we've tripled our product portfolio. We launched Deep Sleep, 9 years of research. We launched Ignite, 7 years of research. And then in July of 2022, we launched Focus. Okay? And guess what? In July, we finished 32 years of scientific discovery, invention, and now we get to go tell the world what we did. But we couldn't tell the world what we did if it was a $6,000 complicated medical device. In 2021, we took all of our science and engineered this into a mobile app, not because we wanted to dumb down our science, but because we wanted to help people. And it's really easy to download an app, put headphones on, and press play. Okay? On Wednesday of this past week, we accomplished another feat. We've made NuCalm easier to use. Mobile phone, headphones. We made it more flexible. You can choose any product you want, any outcome you want, and we made it more affordable. For 50 cents a day, you can now download any channel you want. We have Ignite for the gamma high intensity. We have Focus for 15 to 20 hertz. We have Rescue, Flow State, and Power Nap for recovery and deep theta cellular restoration. This is what we use with the military. This is what we use with cancer patients, people with ALS, multiple sclerosis, addiction, trauma comorbid with addiction. And then we have deep sleep. Deep sleep is the most complicated science we've ever created. 9 years of specific research because we use what's called an isochronic waveform, so you don't need headphones. You simply play the music through a speaker, and we take you down into delta. This is not music. Humans are easily confused and misled by things they don't understand, but are desperate to solve. Music cannot change your mental state, ladies and gentlemen. Music cannot take your brainwave function from beta, high beta, into theta. That is a physiological impossibility that will never happen in the history of your brain. But physics, algorithms, and math can. So in a bed of software underneath music, we are delivering all of this information to your brain and gently guiding you. That's all we're doing. Just like caffeine accelerates your frequency, we can accelerate your frequency with physics. How complicated? A typical song is about 5 megabytes. One NuCalm track, for example, Rescue 30, is 1.49 gigabytes. That's 307 times larger than a song. Hopefully that gives you an idea of the complexity of what we're doing when we come in to manage your brainwave function. So today, you can, through a mobile app, have access to manage your brainwave state without caffeine, without Monster Energy drinks, without sugar and acid going to your tummy, without alcohol, without recreational drugs, without antidepressants, without anti-anxiety, without sleep pills. Done. We've done it. We've done it for you. We've done it for the people you love. We've done it for your neighbors. We've done it for your grocery store folks. We've done it for your post office folks. Why have we done that? Because we could and we needed to. Because in today's world where the human race appears to be in a race to erase the human race, somebody's got to step up. And it's been one of the most fulfilling journeys of our life. We can literally liberate you from stress in 20 or 30 minutes. The accumulation of all your life's worries just go right out. We go right to your midbrain. We knock on the amygdala. We say, go in the corner. We're not interested in hearing your shit anymore. And we get you to a place of resolution. That itty bitty shitty committee that's behind your eyes that never has a good word to say to you becomes quiet. And that's a way to live. So we have a technology that can quickly, safely, and predictably relax your mind and body within minutes without drugs. You get up in the morning, you didn't sleep that well, you put Rescue on, you lie down, put an eye mask on, headphones, bake in theta for a while, you get up, feel amazing. You go to work, put headphones on, put Focus on, and put you to 18.4 hertz. Your mind is clear, you're comprehending better, you're encoding information better, you're learning, and you're more efficient with your time. You want to go work out, you put Ignite on. You listen to Tony Robbins yelling at the Golden State Warriors to win the NBA championship. And at night, you put on deep sleep. Okay? My second slide. Dave, what time is it? 38. I got 7 minutes. 7-minute abs. Jim Quick. So we've done 2 collaborations in our 33 years. One was Tony Robbins and I. We became friends about 8 years ago. Dr. Michael Gallitzer, who's in our presence today, wrote the book about NuCalm. Michael is a doctor with Tony. Michael wrote the book about NuCalm, and I called Tony and said, hey, Tony, Michael just wrote a book about NuCalm. I'd like you to write the foreword. He did. Then I called the Yogananda monk, Brother Craig Marshall, who trained the Beatles on meditation, and said, hey, Brother Craig, Michael just wrote a book. I'd like you to write the preface. There's a book authored by Michael Gallitzer, published in 2016, where Tony Robbins, in Nuclear Reactor of Energy, wrote the foreword, and a monk wrote the preface, both using the same technology to derive benefit. I challenge you to find another book like that. So Tony and I and David Poole trained the Golden State Warriors together and Washington Capitals together. That was collaboration number one. We took Tony's words, put it on top of our physics, the world's most powerful, patented, clinically approved physics, and a soundtrack. On your ears, off you go. And then Jim Quick and I became friends because Jim Quick was suffering from sleep issues, and his sleep doctor told him to find NuCalm, and he did. So for 7 years, Jim and I become friends, and you become friends with people when you solve their problems. If you take somebody who's sleeping 55 minutes a night and you give them 4, 5, 6 hours of sleep, you become friends. That's just kind of how it works. When you take Tony Robbins, who's a nuclear reactor of energy and will run through brick walls for 24 hours a day, every day, but he forgets he's human. And when I first meet him at his home in 2015, his wife Sage comes up, hugs me, and cries. It says, "You saved my husband's life," because he cannot relax. And every morning he's on the floor with your technology. So you establish relationships with people, and then you get to know them. Jim is a man of honor, integrity, passion, and brilliant mind. For those of you who don't know him, look him up. His mind is amazing. He's the top brain coach in the world. We did a collaboration for 19 months, and last January 16th, we met in Park City, Utah in a studio, and we captured 10 hours of work with Jim. We did a couple of podcasts, he and I, and then we captured his words. We took his words, we built a physics platform in focus, going from 15 to 20 hertz, keeping you at 18.4 hertz, going with your mind completely distraction-free. When you're at 18.4 hertz, there's no room for shit to enter your brain. You know, when you're working and about 15 minutes of full clarity, all of a sudden you start worrying about what's for dinner or who you didn't call and all this stupid shit that doesn't mean any value to you, and your brain starts getting clouded and you're like, I'm not even thinking. And then you start rereading what you just read. That's stress. That means your frequency of your brain, the amygdala said, hey, we're focused too much. Let's go have fun and stress. That's what happens. We will keep you in that state of 18.4 hertz and then put Jim's mindfulness, methods, motivation on top of it. In October, we launched Quick State, powered by NuCalm, with 9 different states that will literally change the wiring of your brain and liberate you from the amygdala. Before I leave, I'll leave you with one more challenge of being a human. Every morning when you wake up, cortisol, the stress hormone, is at the highest level in your body. Why? Because it needs to activate your brain wave out of delta. Slow waveform. Hey, buddy, we need to wake up. Cortisol. Okay. Then your eyes open. And the first thing that wakes up is the almond. That little son of a bitch. Seriously. The first thing that happens when you wake up doesn't say, hey, you're amazing. People love you. You're filled with gratitude and humility and joy. It's going to be a great day. No, it doesn't work like that at all. The amygdala says, hey, where are you going to fuck up today? Who hates you? What conflict do you need to resolve? What's for dinner? Who didn't you email last night? What's going to happen? Blah, 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 blah. Welcome to being a human. The amygdala every morning. So we have a track on Quick State called Wake Up, where Jim and his jolly old soul helps us reconnect our brain. At 18.4 hertz, there's no distraction. There's no entrance of fear, stress, anxiety, depression, and worry, and it literally changes the wiring of your brain. So every day I have a habit. I get up, I go pee because I'm 54 years old, or I could wear a diaper, it'll be a little uncomfortable, and I get outside, and I put headphones on, and I walk. I look like Warren from Something About Mary because I'm smiling. Why? Because there's no room for any negativity in my brain. I just look like the village idiot as I'm listening to Jim program my day. Literally, I didn't think this could happen. It changed how my brain is wired. So when I get back home, I am not sabotaged by the almond telling me all the things that I'm going to fail at today. I'm in charge of what I want to do, and the space in my brain is available to me. So I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank you for your inquisitive mind. The science of NuCalm is profoundly amazing, very complicated. Who cares? Does it work? How easy is it? And how much does it cost? That's how we change the world. David, when he introduced me, said, hey, we're going to Kenya. We donated several $1 million of NuCalm to the Kenyan kids. Why? They're starving. They have no money. But they all have mobile phones and they all have headphones. We can literally change the consciousness of 55 million Kenyans and get them out of abject poverty simply by liberating their brain from this incredible hostage of stress, and they don't even know it. All they have to do is listen to it, and every day there's a cumulative benefit of telling the amygdala to go home. We don't need the caveman reptile brain anymore. Open up to me. Open up to my patience, my presence, my character, my desire to do things good, to be joyful, to be heart-centered, to be loved. That's what we've done. So check us out. If you think you're worth 50 cents a day, join the NuCalm family. We'll take very good care of you. Much love and gratitude to you. And take care of yourselves. This stress thing is not just about you. Everywhere around us, we can feel it, and we need to do something about it. So pay attention. Much love, much gratitude. Thank you very much.
Jim, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere.
I'm out of here. My amygdala just called.
No, you're still on. You're still on. We're also going to have Mo Rock come join us of the Los Angeles Tribune, and Isabel Donadio of Top Talent Agency.
Hello.
We're just going to have a little conversation here, do a little spotlight, do a little panel. Did you like Jim? Did you like that? I could listen to him for a long time. I was thinking, I wonder how long he could go with just pure content, not like repeating himself too much, but just like pure content. And then he said, well, hey, me and Jim Quick spent 10 hours. Was that pretty much straight content, or?
Kirthi and I did 12 hours in Beijing.
With or without the diaper?
With a diaper and with interpreters. So it was a little slower.
It's a little bit slower. All right. So that threw me off there, the visual.
I was not ready for that.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for that either.
I'm going to need a minute.
We've got a couple questions for Jim and a couple questions for Mo Rock here. Mo Rock, no. They want us to stand up. It's more high energy.
Keep the energy high.
Yeah, we'll keep the energy up. He wouldn't know what
coffee,
to do.
Mo. You got the energy. We'll just.
Yes. So what I found out, Mo, is that I'm always learning things about Jim Poole. I learned that you guys both wrestled in high school. He's a state championship Olympic level wrestler. So we could just do a wrestling match. Didn't you wrestle as well?
Oh, yes. Let's go. Right here, right now.
Go.
Who wants to see him have at it?
Unbeknownst to you, I am wearing my singlet underneath this suit.
Now, one of these things that I said was true. He really did wrestle. He's never wrestled in his life.
Yeah.
And so he had a very scared look on his face
Yeah.
about what was going to happen. I think that would spice things up a little. It'd be interesting.
Yes, it would
Okay,
be.
that's not what you're here for.
No.
All right, back to the program.
Yeah, back to the program. So, Jim, Isabel has a few questions for you. Isabel has a few questions for both of you. But just to set this up for you guys, the Los Angeles Tribune puts on a lot of special broadcasts, or at least 3 or 4 of them a year. And last year they did something called the Neuroscience Summit. It was all about brain health and brain wealth. And Jim and NuCalm was the headliner. I mean, there's probably 30 or 40 different speakers, but Jim and NuCalm was the headliner. And both of you guys are really in it to change the world. And we're really impressed by both of your organizations because although they are profitable, it's really more to it than that.
Right.
Yeah, one of the questions I want to ask both of you is that beyond the business, beyond making money, beyond making profit, we all started out with a passion project or a mission statement that just drove your businesses to the successes that they are and continuing to find success. So what I'm wondering, and probably what everyone else here is wondering as well, is beyond profit, what is your still ever going mission, your passion that they can take away with them today?
There's always been a grandiosity to our mission, and it's always been to change the world. And changing the world is too obtuse. But if you can change the energy of the planet and the energy from negative to positive, that's how we do this. So for us, we've served about 6 million people around the world, and there's 7,999,000,000 people for us to go take care of. So when you have a tiger by the tail and a technology so profound, it is our obligation, it's our honor, it's our responsibility to bring this to the world. There are things that we've done historically where we know better for the human being than you do, and we're here to take care of you. So we've always kind of, when you're talking about brain science, you can't cut corners. And I wish it could be faster. Dave and I wish it didn't take 32 years to figure out the full recipe of this, but it simply did. And now that we're here, we're having a lot more fun because we're not just inside Insular doing all the science. But it's all about the mission-based piece. Make sure that every day you wake up, there's a responsibility beyond you, beyond your team, to a greater good, and you feel that responsibility, and it drives you.
Yeah.
We all wake up with bad days. That responsibility says, hey, get up, get out there, and go do it.
Yeah.
So we're going to give Mo a pretty similar question, but
Yeah.
I want to make sure that you specifically share some of the things that you're doing. And I guess I can lead the witness here a little bit. But I mean, you're doing stuff with cancer patients and students and more. Maybe share some of those things really quickly.
Philanthropy is not because, hey, we want to make headlines and do press releases. Philanthropy is about your heart.
Yeah.
It's about what you want to do.
Yeah.
So for 13 years, we've been helping the veteran community.
Okay.
I didn't grow up in the military. I didn't really know much about the military. David and I lived in Germany, in Hanau, near Frankfurt, and there was a military base there. And there was a lot of bad actors and a lot of bad activity. So I didn't really have a high regard for that.
Yeah.
But here's what I do know. These people have sacrificed their life, their spirit, their emotional intelligence, their physical body, their families to protect us.
Yeah.
And traveling around the world, that protection and that ability to be here, we're the land of the free because of the brave. That's been some of the best work we will ever do, because somebody goes with full intention to protect us with honor and integrity, and they come back broken. We can't see where they're broken. They're broken.
Yeah.
We can help. So we've been doing and donating NuCalm. We donated $500,000 of NuCalm to veterans when we couldn't make payroll, and it was just the right decision to do.
Yeah.
Cancer, we've been working with Dr. Michael Gallitzer and his wife, who's one of the world's leading psychoneuroimmunologists, since October of 2014. The first Monday of every month, Michael, myself, several other doctors speak to a whole group of new stage 4 cancer patients, and we help them. And all of that is pro bono.
Yep.
The Kenya piece is new to our philanthropic work, and it's an amazing gift for all of us. So we'll do the hard work. We'll build that. We don't need to tell anybody what we're doing. And now we're at a place that we're liberated from the complexity of all the high, expensive work with NuCalm. It's not 4 components, it's an app.
Yeah.
Now we're liberated to do even more philanthropic work and really do what we're here to do, which is take care of people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to turn this to Mo now, and I think we're kind of familiar with the term BHAG, big, hairy,
Yes.
audacious goal. So for you guys, you know, you're really going about media in some of the same classic ways that media has been delivered, papers have been delivered. The Los Angeles Tribune's been around since 1886, but you're also kind of changing the game, and you have your own big, hairy, audacious goals. Maybe you can share.
Well,
that
first
with
of all, it's a pleasure to be alongside Jim Poole, Isabel, David. Please make a round of applause for them, folks. Come on. Thank you. 3 distinguished CEOs. A lot of people don't know Isabel is CEO of her own company. David is CEO of his own company. And I want to thank the folks here in the audience for making time on a Sunday afternoon here on a rainy day in Los Angeles, and all the folks watching at home. And with respect to the Neuroscience Summit, David, that was a real moment that the Los Angeles Tribune was proud of. We had 3 main headline speakers, Michael Beckwith, Mas Sajadi, and Jim Poole. And a lot of folks from around the world appreciated that particular event. And what I'm proudest of, David, is that we reached 17 countries. 17 different countries, and folks, and if you just go look at the comments and the engagement and the people that were tuning in, these are folks that may not have $2,000 to spend on a summit or an event, or $500 to spend on a summit or an event. And yet, thanks to Jim Poole and NuCalm, we were able to do that for the world, really. And they're able to participate and engage, and lives were changed. And that's the kind of work that I'm proudest of, is to be able to impact the people that usually don't have access to not just knowledge and information, but actually being able to engage with some of the top thought leaders. I think that engagement factor in live broadcasts is very important. And so thank you again to Jim, and thank you to the folks that tuned in. We were able to reach 17 countries. Top Talent Agency co-produced that with us as well. And those are the things that really remind me why we do what we do, right?
And so what's coming up next for the Los Angeles Tribune? Going back to BHAG, big, hairy, audacious goals. Right now we're in March of 2023. What is next that the Los Angeles Tribune is going to be doing that people that are at home can start supporting you with?
Well, first off, I know that some folks here have already come to the newsroom here at the Expo. And we have a lot of things in store for continuing to build this relationship with communities that traditionally don't have a connection to a mainstream legacy brand. As you can see, we're actually the only national brand here, as an example. as far as legacy brands go. And we have an entire division dedicated to leadership and entrepreneurship. And so there are folks that perhaps may not be typically used to being edified or interviewed or positioned by other legacy brands, but we are open-minded enough. And we're also one of the few that still holds the proud status of being independently owned. So we have the luxury of not having the corporate bureaucracy with our editorial choices. And so in the United States, in the 20 metropolitan cities, there's approximately 60 legacy brands. These are the Tribunes, the Times, the Posts, the Heralds. There's only so many to go around. When you look at the main major cities in the United States, Miami, New York, Los Angeles, the list gets even shorter. So we're one of about 10 names in existence. And again, it's kind of like land. You're never going to have another one. There's only so much to go around. And when you look at how many of them are independently owned, the list gets even shorter. And so we know that we live in a day and age where entrepreneurship is going to take over the world. The days of you being able to get a job and get a watch after 50 years as a thank you for your service are gone. And now with ChatGPT, even entrepreneurship is changing. You know, this gentleman to my right-hand side has a book, a best-selling book called Word Genius. Now, I hate to break it to you, David, but now with ChatGPT,
are you saying I've been replaced?
I mean, we might be getting there slowly but surely.
You'll always be needed. You'll always be needed.
And so for us, it's not just about news in the traditional sense of the word. And the big, hairy, audacious goal is that we want to redefine the role that newspaper companies have in your lives.
And you do have the new printed special edition leadership. You've got the printed magazine, but a lot of it is digital nowadays. And so you're interacting a lot there as well.
Yeah, well, we like to do both. As for when I say both, I mean the traditional aspect of what a newspaper company is known for, and also a lot of the modern new age stuff as well. So for example, our virtual summits, we would classify that as a new modern phenomena.
Yeah.
The newspaper has been around since the Gutenberg press in the 15th, when the Gutenberg press was invented in 1440, this idea of a newspaper finally came into fruition. And so it's not a new idea, but what we do with that brand is new. And I want to thank Top Talent Agency for being a very pivotal role and key player in what we do with that brand. The relationship that the Los Angeles Tribune has with Top Talent Agency is sacrosanct. And the North Star for a lot of our marketing is Top Talent Agency. So thank you, David. And, we're excited to present a lot of new projects to the general public.
Yeah. So we're going to start to wrap up and give people the last word. Jim, you just did a big, long presentation, and then we pulled you right up here onto this this panel here. That was by design.
Do you have any more words left for us?
Yeah,
I do. Mo is a visionary in an industry that's filled with amygdala-driven stress, anxiety, anticipatory anxiety, confusion, and uncertainty. I love the fact that he's steadfast in his nature and desire to do right, to do noble endeavors, not worry about where it's going, but lead the direction, bringing humanity to media. And the fact that you're independent gives you that opportunity and authority. And I'm really appreciative of the opportunities you've given us as a showcase to spread the word of things that you're never going to see us do a commercial at the Super Bowl. Yes, Dave and I were doing a recovery lounge at the Super Bowl. You're never going to see us doing an ad there. So how do we get the word out? And your avenue is amazing, and I'm really appreciative. And then David and Isabel, you guys are amazing. So
thank you.
David, for those of you who don't know, I call him P.T. Barnum because he scours the earth and he finds really amazing jewels. And he architects, orchestrates, and does an amazing job giving the voice to people that have a lot to offer that would never have the stage to do it. So thank you to all of you. Appreciate it.
The Hugh Jackman version? I'll take the
Hugh Jackman version, of course.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
What I love about the people that are on this stage, Mo, Jim, David, I'm a little biased about you, but the people that are here at this event, we're all coming together and sharing this message because we have an innate love for humanity. We have a love for people. the knowledge that we've accumulated over the years, our passions all stem from wanting to help somebody else because we recognize that there was something missing in the market that we were able to discover, to deliver on, and get it into the hands of the people who need this information, whether it's NuCalm, whether it's getting your message in the media or seeing something in the media that can help you directly. So thank you for coming. I am so excited for what the rest of this year has
Bernardo
for us.
and Bernardo Moya will be up next. So thank you guys for standing here.
Thank you
and we'll
very
see back.
much.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. No stampedes on the way out, please. Thank you. Thank you.
The Best You EXPO is where personal growth and professional development meet. Whether you're a speaker looking to share your expertise, a brand interested in reaching more people, or an individual seeking inspiration and connection, this event has something for everyone. With a history of attracting top speakers, coaches, authors, and entrepreneurs, the Best You EXPO provides a platform to showcase your skills and connect with a community of like-minded individuals. Over the years, the event has grown to become one of the largest self-improvement events in the world, with international events held in the UK and California, and now coming back to LA in March 2024. More The Best You EXPOs in other cities to be announced soon. So don't miss your chance to be part of this incredible event. Whether you're interested in speaking, exhibiting, or licensing the Best You EXPO, now is the time to get involved. With hundreds of thousands of attendees and a proven track record of success, this is the perfect opportunity to reach your personal and professional goals. Get in touch with us today to learn more about the Best You EXPO. For more information, come to our booth.
The Best You TV, a TV channel with only the best business leaders and influencers ready to help you rise to the top. Available now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and Google Play. Learn and grow from in-depth interviews, documentaries, inspirational talks, and motivational masterclasses from the world's biggest thought leaders, speakers, teachers, authors, coaches, and highly successful business gurus. The Best You TV is now live.
They have been absolutely phenomenal. You guys take them for granted. I know you don't. But anyway, we're very, very grateful for the amazing volunteers that we have at the Best You EXPO. So these are people that are obviously extremely passionate, interested in personal, professional growth, but they're also people that that want to contribute to the experience of the Best You and the Best You EXPO. So I am supposed to be speaking now, and well, because I'm the founder of the Best You EXPO, and I suppose I should have some stage time to share my story. And it's funny because a lot of the events I would normally not give myself time because I'm busy. I'm busy running the event, and there's a lot of logistics and a lot of different moving parts going on. But obviously, as the promoter of the Best You, I'm also an individual with my own message, and I have my own mission and ideas and dreams around personal professional growth. So I've just launched my book recently, which is called A Man Evolving. It's actually here at the Best You EXPO. I launched it at the Love event that we did 3 months ago. And the essence of that book is a little bit about my journey, and my journey as someone that went through a lot of the challenges that a lot of you have gone through as well, which is obviously the pandemic. In this process, I've evolved, and I think a lot of us have evolved. My previous book to A Man Evolving was The Question, Find Your True Purpose. Now, a lot of you may or may not know, but I used to be very involved in promoting Dr. Richard Bandler and Paul McKenna. Now, these are leading experts in NLP and neuro-linguistic programming. And I came across NLP and neuro-linguistic programming, I think it was in, it was 16, 17 years ago. I'd read all the greats, Les Brown, Jack Canfield, Brian Tracy, Sharon Lecter, and Robert Kiyosaki with Rich Dad, Poor Dad. So like many of you, I was always obviously very interested and passionate about personal, professional growth. And But although I loved what these guys, I'm a massive fan of Jim Rohn. Now, Jim Rohn, a lot of you may know, but Jim Rohn was the mentor of Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins also trained with Dr. Richard Bandler, and a lot of the stuff that he does is based on NLP. But I never found something that really kind of inspired me that much, and it was when I read Paul McKenna's book, Change Your Life in 7 Days. It really did change my life, because for the first time, I really wanted to jump into a seminar room and learn all these skills, which I'd never seen or heard before. I've done a lot of training, a lot of sales in marketing over the years. I used to sell timeshare. I've done everything and anything in real estate. I've had so many different lives. I used to be a DJ. I used to work in bars. I used to run nightclubs and parties. So I'm doing parties now. They're just that day and there's no alcohol, okay? So it's just a different kind of gathering, a different kind of gig. But it's funny how all our skills come together at the end. We don't really realize and appreciate how much of the knowledge and the expertise that we have comes to what we do today. I think every single skill, every downturn, every failure, every project that doesn't work, that makes us who we are. But it was NLP that really got me interested. And I remember I read that book and I thought, wow, I got to learn this. And I remember I was doing my NLP practitioner. And what was happening at that time was that all of a sudden I'm standing in the middle of the room and I'm thinking, oh my God, why am I learning these skills now? I'd never heard of nonverbal communication or eye accessing cues or the thoughts in my mind, pictures in my mind when you think, is it a visual remembered or is it emotional? So it just blew my mind. And I thought, you know what? I would love to learn NLP. I want to become an author. I want to teach this to the Spanish-speaking market. For a lot of you that may not know, my name isn't Norwegian. No, Bernardo Moya is obviously Spanish. My parents were Spanish. They both met in London, and I was born there, but I was brought up in Spain. So for me, tapping into that knowledge and experience and taking it to the Spanish-speaking market was something that was really appealing to me. So I thought, that's it. I want to change careers. At the time that was happening, I was in my second real estate bubble. I lost all my money at the age of 26, and I lost it again at the age of 40. Now, this time was different because, I tasted wealth. I tasted, I had cars, I had motorcycles, I had homes. I had 26 employees working for me. So I was doing really well, but all of a sudden, everything was disappearing in front of me. And I thought, well, I'm just going down because it was happening. And then the bank started repossessing everything. So losing everything and starting all over again at the age of 40 was tough and was very difficult. But NLP gave me a set of skills where I started really reframing what was going on and started understanding that every single thing that happens to you, everything that happens to you happens for a reason. And out of every adversity happens an equal or greater opportunity, as Napoleon Hill said. So I started looking at these things as opportunities. Why is this happening for me? Not to me, for me. And it's happening because I'm learning something. There's something here. And I was just speaking to a lady just now, and we were just saying that every single thing happens for a reason. Every single thing happens for a reason. Nothing, you're meeting people here today for something, for some reason. You're connecting with someone. You've read a book, something. But the thing is that a lot of the times we miss these opportunities. We don't realize why the universe is sending us this message, this failure or this situation. And it's happening because, first of all, you're capable of dealing with it, but it also happens to you because it's teaching you a lesson. So again, with NLP, it gave me that set of skills that although I was going down and the boat was sinking and it was also on fire, I was trying to look at the positive aspects of why it was happening and what could I do and what could I learn from it and where could I take it. So I carried on learning NLP. I became a practitioner. I became a master practitioner. I eventually became a trainer. And at the time I became a trainer and I ended up being an NLP trainer, I ended that training. And then a friend of mine who was working actually with one of these guys said, hey, would you like to run events in London? And I said, I have absolutely no idea about running events. But I was good at sales and marketing. And I thought, let's give it a go. So I decided to leave the comfort of my home in Spain. And I decided to move to London with all the rainy weather, the gray skies, the terrible food, to leave my family at home to go and work in London. And it was still a recession in Europe. So I started promoting events. I thought, well, listen, you know what? I'm relatively good at marketing. I'll find a way. And I did. I found a way. I started doing all these NLP events. And it was very bizarre, training with these guys and all of a sudden becoming their promoter. But I did that for 10 years. And NLP Life Training, which is the company I used to run before, we trained around 25,000 people over 10 years. And it was in the middle of that I launched The Best You. I launched The Best You because I thought, again, there's not a platform where all the speakers can really share their expertise. Yes, I work with Richard Banner. Yes, I've been to many other courses with great speakers. But what if you don't have that platform? What can you do? How can you help other people? So I came up with this idea of The Best You because it was obviously better than the average you. And I thought, that's a great brand. Let's use it. Let's take it. But again, it was an opportunity that came to me and I just grabbed it and I went with it. And if I realized anything, and NLP gave me anything, was to realize that I am resilient, that I was also capable of change, of reinventing myself, which is a second R. And then the third one is that, that reinvention process, that we all should be prepared to reinvent ourselves at certain times. I've really seen in life that there's three types of people. There's those people, one type are those that, although they might be young and they're maybe in their early 30s or 40s, they've given up in their hopes and dreams, or they don't have any dreams. They don't really have any big aspirations. They think small. They think within the box. They want to do what everyone else is telling them to do because it's comfortable, because it's right, because it's okay. And unfortunately, they're just walking dead. And as we said before, the cemetery's full of books that were never written and songs that were never written and or shared to the world and paintings that were never painted. So for me, it was really about that. It was really about taking responsibility. And so I didn't want to be the second type of person, which was looking at others doing it, which was what I was doing to a degree. I was promoting Richard Banner, which was great, but I thought, well, it's okay, but it's not good enough. I would like to be someone that can go and create change and make change. And there's a lot of people out there, and there's a lot of people here today that are maybe listening to other speakers and finding or looking for inspiration. And you should, because, there's a lot of people here that have trained very hard to provide you the skills that they have in order for you to become a better individual. So you should tap into that. But then there's going to be those, and you need to become one of those that go out and make a difference. And that's the third type, the third class. If I put this event together is because I think the world needs more leaders, and it needs now more leaders than ever. It's very easy to stay back. It's very easy to just not take action. It's very easy just to play it safe. It's very easy. But at the end of the day, you're simply going to regret it. Because ultimately, I think if anything, there's one reality, and it's our mortality. That's the reality of life. We can't take anything with us. So if I fast forward, when I did the Best You EXPO, we went from 3,000 to 14,000 people over 4 years. Now, it wasn't easy, okay? I'll share this story. The first event, I went out to the door to see how many people were hoping to come in. I'm thinking there's probably thousands of people waiting to get in. I went to the door, there was 10 people, and 6 of them were from registration. So 4 were customers. I thought, oh my God. So Bernardo, even if it was 10 o'clock, was starting to look for the bar. Where can I have a gin and tonic? Because this is too much pressure. But guess what? Over the weekend, slowly but surely, we had around 3,000 people show up. And it was beautiful. I remember I was sitting outside on that day at the end. I'm not an alcoholic, okay, but I do need a drink when I work hard. And at the end of the third day, I went outside and we're finished with the event manager. And I said, you know what? Over my second gin and tonic. I said, next year. And I remember my event manager, she was brilliant. Emily was her name. She said to me, Bernardo, you got to be realistic. And I said, well, who establishes what reality is? We all establish our own reality. My reality is that this is small. My reality is that there's not enough people here. I need 40,000 people. So if I fast forward and I went from 2016 to 2019, I went out to the door to see how many people were waiting to come in. This was in London and Olympia. And I went to the door and I couldn't see the end of the queue. I had to go to the other side of the pavement to see what was going on. I got so nervous because there was at least 2,500 people trying to get in. It was a beautiful feeling, but I should have photographed it, okay? It would have been great. But that was the last live event we did in 2019. And the world has changed since then. I went into hibernation, like many of us did. And in that process of trying to understand if this is something that I want to do, because trust me, I don't want to do these events. And I mean it with love, because it really drains you. It really takes your full attention, energy. I kill staff along the process. 3 or 4 have died. trying to help me out, make it happen. I'm only joking. They didn't really, but nearly, okay? So it really drains you, but, I do it because it needs to be done. So every time I do these events, I said I'm never doing it again. But here I am planning in 2025, 2024. What can we do? How can we make it bigger? How can we make it better? How can we reach more people? Because even when I had at my last event 14,000 people attend, which was what we had in London, it wasn't enough. Because we need these talks and we need everything that's going on in here to be seen by hundreds of thousands of people around the world, millions of people. Because the world needs it. Because the world is still learning in schools things that are completely useless in life. And we've learned with time and age that there's a lot more to it. So in this process, on this dark time, these dark days, and Bernardo trying to find out who the hell he is, well, I wrote this last book, which is called A Man Evolving. And it's a very different book to anything that I wrote. And I wrote it because I was evolving and I went through a tough patch. I separated from my wife, and then I fell in love, then I fell out in love, then I lost my mum. So I started tapping into me and to find out what I have to share. What does Bernardo have to share? Forget a little bit about whoever else wants to share. What do I want to share? Because I'm giving the opportunity for everyone to share their story, but what do I want to share? So I started writing these books around love and around consciousness. Because when my mum passed away, I mean, she was 82. She should have been around a lot longer. She was a force. I mean, I was scared of my mum at 82, man, because she would do like that, and I would just run to the other side of the street because she was scary. But she was a force. And she was 82 when she died. Luckily, she passed away very quickly and before the pandemic and all that. She didn't suffer too much. But I realized, she had a home full of things. Loads of things. Loads of shoes, loads of little things, loads of dresses, and what could you do with it? We can do anything. My mom, my daughter, my nephew, my niece, none of them wanted her belongings because it was her personal things. And that's what we do. We tend to materialize. We just want material things, to have more clothes, to have more shoes, to have more things. For what? So it really hit me, and it really hit me to think that, we're really focusing on the wrong thing in life, all these things that we try to do and wealth, and it doesn't make much sense if you don't leave or you do the right thing, and if you don't express love, and if we don't find ways of elevating consciousness. So this is a book which for me, I was very, it's very raw, it's very vulnerable. It attempts to have some kind of poetry to it, but it is just simply kind of thoughts. So this book, I kind of express to a degree a lot of what I felt in this process of pain. And as I said, the whole thing of falling in love, falling out of love. So I went through the book, which has got 16, 17 chapters, which is about what is love and what it is to fall in love, and what is it to be passionate. What does it mean? What does she mean? What does he mean? And then it goes through the process of, madly in love and being passionate. There's romance in it. And then there's the fact that someone breaks your heart. And what does that feel like? And what does it feel like when you've been rejected or you've been hurt? So it was a very difficult book to love, but I thought male suicide is one of the biggest killers out there. It's a reality. In the UK, it's the biggest killer. I think it's one of the biggest killers here in the US as well. And the reason is because men specifically and especially struggle to express their feelings. They struggle to express what they feel. So I thought, okay, listen, if I am responsible for the best you, it's always been important for me to be congruent, to have a congruent message, to make sure that I'm actually explaining and expressing and being the best version of myself. So I felt this sense of responsibility of writing some thoughts down, because sometimes it might be difficult to say it, but other times, it should be relatively easy for us to write it, to express it. And that's what elevating consciousness means to me. It really is about becoming aware of what's happening in the world and for us to be able to kind of share it and express it. So in this last 2-3 years, and I think especially in particular in this year, love has been at the forefront of everything that I do and everything I want to share. So this is my message. And if there is an essence, because a lot of people ask me, well, what's the Best You Expo? What's the Best You Expo all about? Well, the Best You Expo is about sharing love. Because every single person that's here is bringing their thoughts, ideas, and whatever it is that inspires them from a place of love. They believe that they can help you. And they want to help you because they love what they do. And they would love to help you because they don't want you to make the same mistakes that they went through. So they want you to fast forward that. And that's what the essence of the Best You is. The Best You is, it's all about love. It's about finding ways for us to elevate consciousness. And there's been thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people registered to this event. And not everyone showed up because there's other priorities in life. But I'm just telling them, and those that did not attend because they didn't want to, and maybe they'll never listen to this talk and never watch it, and maybe they'll never hear this message. But one day their priorities are going to change. And so if the realities are mortality, why don't we focus more on doing what needs to be done now? So that's my take. That's where I'm at. And that's what I'm about. So I've got different roles. The role that I have, not right now, when I get off the stage, is to make sure everyone's okay and all the stages are full and trying to help people and talk to them and meet them. But for me, it is about love. I mean, I shared yesterday in the gala, I think it was some of you. So this was just a thought about my mom and something that I wrote. And I think, and this is true, that a time when everything seems lost and everything has a cost, the really only important thing is love. I was talking about yesterday at the gala, I gave an award to someone I love very dearly, Michelle Patterson, who's been struggling with cancer for 4 years. They gave her 90 days to live, and she won the Beacon of Hope Award because she's an inspiration. She's been a promoter, but she's been creating platforms now. She just launched a platform here at the Expo, which is based on AI, to help people to discover ways where they can find a solution to cancer, you know. So that is what it's all about. At a time when, you know, peace is scarce, love remains relentless. All we need is just to really bring more love to the world. And I know it sounds simple, but that's what it is. So I believe that love is a gateway to every challenge and every adversity that the world is going through. I live love is the first step and the last step and all the steps in between for everything that's happening out there. I believe that love breaks all barriers everywhere, every time. And I think how many of you have felt alone, even when you've been surrounded by hundreds of people? It's happened to me too. I mean, I've been surrounded by so many people, and sometimes I felt very alone. And, you know, we all have a facade. We all have a face. We can all bring it on. We can turn it on. I always say to my staff, hey, turn it on. Turn it on. When I come to an event like this, I need to turn it on. And sometimes I might not feel like it, but I got to turn it on. So, but it's happened to me a lot of times. You know, I think a lot of us have felt alone, and then it's that. Do we have the freedom, or do we have the opportunity to say that to someone? And this is about expressing it. So I'm all up for talking about it, expressing it, and not being, you know, to not be scared. And this is something that I think is really important. And I've shared this in a different kind of way, but this is how I wrote it. The world needs you. The world needs you, my friend. The world needs you to love when people hate, to give when people take, to show courage when people show fear, to do what needs to be done. The world needs you to show up and don't disappear. But so many people choose to disappear. So many people choose to not take action. So many people choose to leave it to they. Jeff Hoffman shared that, you know, who actually won an award yesterday at the Ryan Long Humanitarian Award. I heard it in a talk that he did, funny enough, at City Gala a few years ago. There is no they. We are they. So it's the time to stand up and show up. And it's the time to stand up and show up now. Now. I don't think there's ever been a more important time than now. And this is the same kind of thing. We've got to show courage when everyone is afraid. You're going to have to smile when everyone is sad and wants to cry. You're going to have to lead when others won't. You must step up when no one else does, and you must love when everyone else wants to divide or hate. You're going to do the opposite of whatever the trend is. I mean, I look at the news sometimes, and they're depressing, the hatred and the conversations and the animosity. Excuse my French, what the fuck? And put a bleep on that afterwards if you need to. But I mean, you know, why? At the end of the day, all those people that hate, all those people that are divisive, they're all going to be in the same bed, and they're all going to be dying, and they're going to be looking at what are they doing? What have they done? So we are a beacon of hopes. We are beacons to anyone and everyone that's out there. You know, we are. And everyone in this room, every single speaker in this room is a beacon of light. And that's why I'm very proud and honored for everyone to follow my madness, to show up at these events and to kind of say, hey, yeah, let's do that. So I didn't really plan my talk because I don't have time. I remember Tia just told me, Bernardo, you're speaking in 20 minutes. Oops, I better just put some little slides together. So I did it yesterday or last night. But I always want to keep my talk simple. I want to get to the point. And the point is this. The point is that I believe that in the next 2 or 3 years, if we all put our heads together and if we really focus on creating massive global change, we can do it. I want my events to have 40, 50, 60, 80, 100,000 people attending. I want 500,000 people and 1 million people attending and seeing it from all over the world. And you know what? You call me crazy, but that's my dream. And that's what I'm going to carry on doing to the day I die or to the day I have a heart attack or I die in the process. But I think, and I'm extremely honored once again to have so many people, so many great people supporting us at this event. I want to thank you all that are watching us from home, because I know there's thousands of people watching us from home, the people that couldn't make it and the lazy ones that are still behind the camera. But anyway, listen, I love you all. I want to thank you all, and may the best be with you. Take care.
Hello, hello, hello. I'm going to share a spoken word piece that I wrote with all of you. If you're interested, it's just a couple of minutes. Listen in. All right. In the words of Rumi, a 13th century Persian poet and mystic, You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop. What he was implying there is that your depth, your shades, your waves, your highs and your lows, even the reflection of nature have manifested in you with greatness, if you only knew. You are multifaceted, you are complicated. Yes, it's easy to misread you. Yet you're placed in boxes that don't fit you. Sometimes you don't even get you. But Mother Nature sees and hears you. It's just the minds of human beings that struggle to comprehend you. So they told us all women are from Venus. When the time comes, they can carry the fetus. They share the same biological clock, think with their hearts, and are all about happiness. They'll complain for days until you hear them. And they'll melt with sweet gestures and words and will be there when you absolutely need them. You see, every woman shares something with her sister, but you must invest in exploring her or you'll totally miss her. Her mystery comes from her history, but her depth is in her tree, her genetic tree. No two women, even from the same tree, have the same leaf. And there is more to her than what you think you see. So enough with the concepts and beliefs that all women are what you think of them to be. I am here to take you through the journey so you can see your clear blue sea. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, so we're back. We're back at the Best You Expo Live. Now, some of you were thinking, oh, hold on, what's happened with the schedule? What's happened? Well, basically, what happened was that we had Marisa Peer scheduled for 3 p.m. And unfortunately, she was here at the Expo this morning. She did a talk at the Masters, Mentors, and Influencers, but she wasn't feeling very well. Now, she wasn't feeling very well. It had nothing to do with COVID, okay? So for those of you at home, don't panic. It's all good. She just wasn't feeling great. So that was the issue. We had Marisa Peer scheduled for 3. But I've got a great treat for you. So, well, first of all, I don't really push and promote myself, but I know I did get some people actually asking me about my book, which I was talking about before, A Man Evolving. So that's what it looks like. It's on Amazon. And if you've got a Kindle, I have some here at the Expo for some of you if you are interested. But on the Kindle version, it's 99 cents. So it's less than $1. So if you're watching this online, take advantage of it because we wanted to do it for the month of love in February. And I also wanted to offer it to those that were attending the Expo or involved in the Expo. So thank you so much for all of you. I've signed loads of books. I'm very grateful. I'm very honored, very humble. So I have a phenomenal speaker now joining me. And I'm going to be doing a little spotlight with her later. She's going to be talking for around 25 minutes. But I wanted to give her the opportunity to share her love and expertise. Her name is Doria Cordova. She is the founder and the creator of Money and You. She teaches financial literacy. She's been doing it for so many years. She's worked with all the best, the greatest. She runs these events all over the place. I met Doria through a mutual friend, David Fagan. And since I met her, it's been very clear to me that she's a phenomenal humanitarian with phenomenal intentions, but also she's a great soul, an influencer, and someone that really brings light to the world. So please pay attention to all the words that you will hear from Doria Cordova. Doria, thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you so much.
Aloha, everyone. And hello to all the people that are watching this, particularly my Asia Pacific region, friends and network. You are so lucky to be here today because I am so turned on to everything that I need to say to you for you to create wealth and for you to do good. And I'm particularly going to be talking to a beautiful singer that I met this morning as we were walking in. She has the most beautiful voice. And I told her that I had a program called Money and You. And she says, I need that. I need that. So right now, what I want you to do is to really open up your consciousness. All of you, particularly for those of you at home and who will be watching this later. I cannot make a difference to you. I cannot, anybody, we cannot really be with you unless you allow us to come into your consciousness and to be able to make a difference to you, all right? So there's a lot of sounds around. Just be with me. And right now, what we want to do is we want to talk about creating wealth and doing good. How many of you would love that? Okay, you would love that? Thank you. And just very quickly, would you tell me when it's 10 minutes to go? Thank you. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to have the opportunity for us to assess what it is that we're good at. And sometimes we actually suppress ourselves. We don't allow ourselves to let our gifts come out because either we were told that we weren't supposed to have that particular gift or that you weren't going to be able to make any money from it. Or maybe you have some beliefs around money that are not going to allow you for you to truly do what you were meant to do. So one of our students, one of our mentors that we were students of was Buckminster Fuller. And for those of you that never met me before, I am Doria Cordova. I'm the CEO and owner of Accelerated Business Schools for Entrepreneurs. And we have been transforming the world into creating entrepreneurs, churning out entrepreneurs that do good, but also create wealth. We've been doing that for 44 years. And some of the people that may seem, maybe you recognize the name or they're a little bit famous are people like Tony Robbins. How many of you know Tony Robbins? Thank you. So he did Money and You when he was 23, back in 1983. And some Rich Dad, Poor Dad, ever heard of that book? Some of you have heard of that book. and that is my old business partner of 9 years, Robert Kiyosaki. And he actually, the first book, the spirit of it, the message of it is from the Money and You program. And a lot of the financial literacy aspect of it is Sharon Lecter, the co-author of it, because she's a master and an expert in that area. So those are the people that, and there's many more. Paul Mitchell, hairdressing, and then you have Ben Cohen from Ben and Jerry's. So these are all people that have attended Money and You. And for my beautiful singer, we also have Freddie Ravel. Freddie Ravel is an Emmy award-winning musician. And I'll think of a very famous singer that's a Money and You graduate in a minute. But now you can go through every field that you can think of people that have learned and have mastered business around the area, wrapping an economic engine around your purpose, around what you love the most. And thank you for being here and allowing me to make a contribution to you. All right? So if you just, what we have done in the last 44 years is that we started out in the United States. And so right now I'm speaking to you personally here from Los Angeles, but over there, a lot of my network is in the Asia Pacific region. So I want to say ni hao to all of my Chinese friends, and konnichiwa to my Japanese friends, and then of course Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, Malaysia. We're heading to Vietnam, Cambodia, Indonesia, India, Taiwan, Hong Kong. So this is the vast network that we have. And one of the things that we're really well known for is the fact that we have the ability to be able to expand your markets. So right now, again, I need to ask you to really expand how you're looking at the world, because a lot of times we just kind of focus in our own area, in our own country, whereas you really need to understand that tremendous wealth is found in foreign markets, whether you are in the US, whether you are in Chile, my homeland, or whether you are in Europe. You can always expand it to other countries because people want your product and service. They really want your product or service or program that you have. So now, let's look at what it is that you do. So just a couple of examples. What do you do? Just raise your hand. I know my singer, what she does. Anybody else? Say it out loud so I can hear you. I can't hear you. What do you do? Art? Did you say art? Okay, fantastic. You both do art? Thank you. Are you friends with the beautiful man that has all that art in the corner? Have you been there yet? Oh my God, you must go. They have the most beautiful art. I just bought the most beautiful painting. Okay, fantastic. All right, any other? Just another? Yes. Finding money mastery, right? You're my, yes, mindset, yes. You are my peaceful millionaire, is that you? Yes. I need my glasses. Thank you, thank you. So now, when we're looking at very different fields, and what field are you in? The good-looking man. Yes, you. That's my sweetheart. Thank you. So he is actually in technology and renewables and other areas of really the web marketing and web design. Okay, so we have different fields here. They all need an engine. And this is very important. And even in art, we had a beautiful friend of mine who's no longer with us, Randolph Kraft, who was the most beautiful artist. And what he did is that he learned something very, very important, and that is leverage. Say the word leverage for me. Say leverage. Leverage. Give somebody a high five, and even if they're not close to you, an air high five, and say, I love leverage. I love leverage. So I want to talk about leverage for a few minutes because that is the core teaching in our Money and You program in our business school for entrepreneurs and many of our accelerated programs. And you cannot create wealth without understanding leverage. And I want you all to give me permission again to be your mentor. And all of you, wherever you are, please give me permission to be your mentor. And what I mean by this, because I may offend you a little bit, so I don't mean to offend you, but what I mean to say is, if you right now don't have a business that you can walk away from for a month or 2 or 3 months, which is systematized, and you have the ability to be able to just walk away from it and just, prepare a few things, but it continues to make money without you. If you don't have that, you don't understand leverage. Leverage, love, systems are 3 words that people use all the time in many languages and truly don't have an understanding of it. So the minute that you get that you don't understand leverage, immediately you're now ahead of the game, because now you can go in and begin to understand it and to begin to master it. So with art, what you want to do is you want to go ahead and do research on some of the most successful, masterful art people. So what is the name of the Hawaiian, honey, what's the name of the Hawaiian artist that is so successful? The one that we go to his gallery in, huh? No, yes, and then there's others. There's others too. We'll think of it in a minute. So if you look at his system, he has not only used media, he used his contacts, because we were there. I remember when he was just starting out in the 80s in Hawaii, because I have lived there and we lived there on Maui and in San Diego. But I was very active in Hawaii in the 70s and 80s in my profession. And I remember when he first got started and he was leveraging just about everything that he could in his business, in his area. And then ultimately he ended up creating very beautiful galleries, but he has always used the media and his contacts. So I want to give you an assignment, all of you. What I'd like you to do is make a list of all the assets, ASSETS, okay? All your assets, that's very important. But I also want you to make a list of all the access that you have available to you. And so you're very lucky because you're getting to know me, you're listening to me today. You can always find me, you can go to Facebook under DC Cordova. And I am what you could call a leverageable access point for you, because I have access to all these people all around the world. And if you become close to me, or you attend the Money and You program, or you attend one of my Fridays with Doria event and we get to know each other. And by the way, that has been one of the greatest joy for me here, because I have been meeting all these people that have been following us for online. And just know that I'm a CEO, I'm a business owner. I'm actually not the product. I have people that teach for me. We hire instructors. One of our instructors, Letitia Wright, thank you for being here. Letitia, is that Michelle Wilson? Hi, Michelle. There's lights and no glasses. But there's my Michelle. Thank you, Michelle, for being here. So Letitia is actually one of our business school instructors, and she is magnificent. And one of the things she teaches in our school is crowdfunding. So Letitia, just stand for a minute, because I want people to know how to connect with her. Okay, this is Letitia. Thank you. So what we have here is we have access to an expert on crowdfunding. If you don't know what that is, you definitely want to get to know her. So you now have access to all this financial success and ability for you to be funded. Around here was my friend Maria Simone and Chad Warren. They have access to actually funding for all kinds of businesses, particularly businesses that do good, to artists that do good. So if you don't know Maria and Chad, go ahead and find them. Do you know them? No, you must. Okay, so they also have a business called Tiny Homes. But if you go to my Facebook, you can find them. They are friends of mine. So access, you need to make a list of all the things and all the people and all the resources that you have access to so that you can have and begin to understand that that is what you can leverage. So what I'm sharing with you right now is ways, these are systems in order for you to begin to create the level of wealth that you deserve. Because all of you are good people. You know, bad people do not come to the Best You Expo. They're not here. They're not here, just so you know. At least I haven't run into them yet, but I can feel that there's nobody really a bad person in here. This is not the kind of place to hang out at, okay? I do know of other places, but this is not one of them. So you're all good people, and all of you that are watching this, even the replays, good people want to get educated. So once you get this, and you come from the theory, and that's a teaching from one of the people that teaches at our business school and our Money and You program. He's passed on, but we teach his principles. It's a gentleman by the name of Edwards Deming. And Edwards Deming was the productivity genius that put Japan on the map way back in the 80s. It's actually the 70s, but the 80s. And he had a teaching, which is that most errors in business are systems error, 94%. But my mentor who studies him actually has been learning that 98% of mistakes in business are systems. 2% are people. In the old days, it used to be 6%. Edward Deming also taught about from what theory do you make a decision? From what theory do you have beliefs? So this is why even scientists can come through different, solutions or different deductions because they start off from a particular theory. So you have to question from what theory are you looking at money? Are you looking at business? And begin to really expand so you have the ability to be able to really, really make sound decisions for you. Another one is be clear on the number for you of what does financial independence means. How much is it? How much money are you, what would require for you to feel like you're financially independent? Of course, being financially independent means that you have automatic money, that you have multiple revenues, that you have money that's coming in that is leveraged. So you have money that is absolutely automatic. And so what do you need to do to get there? And I've been mentioning it, leverage is one of them. And now I want to just cover very quickly the business success model. And you can go ahead and go to moneyandyou.com and download moneyandyou.com and download. It's a little book. Do it later. Stay with me right now. And you can go ahead and download the business success model. So it will go into more details than what I'm going to go through right now. But that is the core teaching of our Money and You program that has created many, many very successful people. Some of them I mentioned, but there's many more. I was just mentioning the famous ones here in the United States. So you start by learning from experts and masters. Who do you learn from? What is it? Experts and masters. And just in the one area. They don't have to be a master. There's no such thing as a master in every area. You just want that they're good. So if I wanted to be an artist and you're in art, I may want to go to you, right? Because are you experts and masters? Or are you, yes? All right. So expert and masters in whatever area. Then you want to be able to create a niche. What do we create? A niche. Everybody say, I love niches. Come on. I love niches. You know, what is it, the saying that the people came up with? I just loved it. What is it? Niches, riches to niches? Yeah, there's a rich to niche, niche to riches is like such a good term, all right? So you create a niche, and that particular niche is specifically designed for marketing because there's 3 areas of entrepreneurship that you must know. One of them is that all businesses and economic engine has sales and marketing. Now, I know that I'm skipping and I'm going back and forth like this, but I know what I'm doing. I'm fitting in this information into your unconscious. Everybody willing to receive, say yes. I'm checking in with you guys, all right? Just remember, I'm actually not even, some of you, I'm not talking to your conscious mind, I'm talking to your unconscious, your subconscious. So I'm kind of like throwing all these little things because I have a big job to do in 25 minutes, right? So we're back to what an entrepreneur needs to know: sales and marketing, people and organization, money and finances. And this all started when we were going through the business success model, which was you learn from masters and experts and you create a niche. So that means that whatever, my beautiful, peaceful millionaire, right? You have a niche, right? Wow, a lot of people that are millionaires are not thought of as being peaceful, right? They fought their way to money and all this. So that's like a niche in front of millionaire, correct? Right? So you want to also niche yourself. Thank you. So we have a niche, and then the next thing we have is you need to leverage. Again, give somebody a high five and say, or a faraway high five. I love leverage. Leverage is your new mantra. You're going to get up in the morning and do all your disciplines, have all your beautiful, healthy, whatever you have. You do your yoga, you do whatever you do. But when you're going to go and begin your income generating activities, what is it? Income generating activities. You're going to immediately think about, how can I leverage myself? How can I leverage my product or service? How can I leverage? That is your new mantra, because that's the only way that you're going to create wealth and be able to do good. It's so easy, but most of us are not taught. We have been trained by traditional educational systems. If anyone went to school, or even if your parents home study you, we are trained. We live with like little fish in water that have been trained to literally be a little drone, to be an employee. And I'm going to say even a worse word that has nothing to do with race, because we are all slaves of a system around the world that doesn't allow us to be financially independent. So do you see, it's a combination. It's almost like a whole holistic piece there. Okay? And that particular piece, that particular picture is for you to have all these things in place. I was talking a few minutes ago about what is financial independence to you. But if you're a traditional person that grew up in any school system anywhere in the world, because there isn't one country on the planet that has an educational system that works for financial independence. I want you to get this. Even the 12 countries that have no poverty in the world, their educational system is not designed to teach the masses on how to make money. Once we accept that, everybody take a deep breath. All of a sudden, I feel people stop breathing. It's like, I'm not making anything wrong. I just want you to get the reality of where you are. From what theory? From the theory that you're supposed to be a worker, a little bee, that is working for the queen bee, and that's it. Don't think. If you haven't seen the Bee movie, you got to see it. Anybody ever seen the Bee movie? You haven't? Okay, with, what is his name? The wording, it's Phil. What's his name? Seinfeld, the guy from Seinfeld, right? I love that movie
because it's just exactly, that's actually a Money and You movie. All these people called me up and said, did you guys, is that a Money and You graduate that did that movie? Because that is what we teach, for you to start questioning. The little bee goes, what do you mean? We're going to pick one job to do the rest of our lives, right? And you're literally being asked to be a little bee. So let's come back to the business success model. You learn from experts and masters, you create a niche, you leverage that niche, you do it through systems. And remember, systems will make it so easy for you to create an economic engine. Then you do this most beautiful work by having an aligned team. And we, right now, we are a team. Right now, we are the Best You team. We are a team right now. We are right here together, learning together, expanding together, supporting each other. And definitely just remember that you are on a team that we want to do good, but then you need your individual teams. And you need your teams to work with you in building your businesses, your organization, creating your economic engine. And you also are part of a team that's going to create big solution to big problems so that we can have a world that works for 100% of humanity. So we learn from experts and masters. We create a niche. We leverage that niche through an aligned team, and then we create the magic, which is synergy. And then synergy is that unexpected result from doing all these things. And then you create results, which my beautiful friend taught me long ago, Marsha Martin, that in life we either have reasons why we did not create what we wanted to create, or we have the results that will speak for themselves. Okay, so that's a business success model. So we cover quite a bit. I really have been peppering you with some of the biggest teachings that we do. And some of my friends and graduates, my Fridays with Doria, my business school people, my Money and You graduates, they have heard this before. Yes, some of it, but isn't it good to listen to it again? Yes, it reminds you every morning, leverage, leverage, leverage. So I really do want you to pick a number of what is financial independence to you. What is it? So is it $200,000 a year, $300,000 a year? What is financial independence to you? Once you have that number, and you can always, as your deservability goes through the roof, you can expand that number. Start with a number that's palatable to you, and then take a look at all the assets, the access that you have, what are all the gifts that you have, what are the attributes that you have, what is it that you need to develop, who is in your team, how are you going to come together and really reach that level of success, and then you now are heading in the right direction. Everyone clear? Hello? Anybody confused? I pour a lot into you, yes or no? Yes? Hello? I know you're there. I can hardly see you because of the light. Oh, thank you. My fans, they travel with me. So what I like to do, how much time do I have?
I think it's time now.
Oh, hello, my Lynn. Another Money and You graduate. All right, coming in. You're next.
Well, let me. So are you complete?
I am complete.
Can we give her a round of applause?
Thank you.
Yay, Doria. She's a legend in this industry, and what she's accomplished with Money and You for so many years and proliferating that. So how wonderful and honor having you on the stage. And we're now going to have a little spotlight with Doria and Jessica Abo, who is incredible in media. So go ahead, if you would, Doria, if you want to sit in this center chair. And if we could call up Jessica Abo to the stage. Jessica Abo, please come on down. You are the next contestant on The Best You. Jessica Abo. While we're waiting for Jessica to come on down, I think that's Jessica. There she is. I'm Lynn Rose. We're going to speak in just a little bit also, talking about social media and business and making positive change in our world. But first of all, we'll bring on down Jessica.
I don't know. Where would you like?
You want to sit here too? Sure. Yeah. Can we give a round of applause to Jessica Abo joining us now?
Yes. Woohoo.
Let's do that one more time. That was like polite golf clapping. Let's really clap. Woo! For Jessica Abo and Doria. What a combo. We got the media and money right over here. That is fantastic. So the best you really gets to cover all facets. If I may start with you, Jessica, we just had some wonderful wisdom from Doria and more to come as we tune in. But Jessica, I was told you are just a ninja at media, and she got Bernardo in Entrepreneur Magazine with Best You and everything going on. So you can tell us a little bit about what you're doing and how you're able to serve that.
Sure. So I am Jessica Abo. I am a media trainer and PR expert. I spent 20 years working in TV news. So I was that person standing in a hurricane telling you that it was raining in case you weren't aware. And I help people today figure out how they can share their story with news outlets and in some cases place my clients in the news so they can get those logos on their website and on their speaker one sheets and hopefully spread their message and reach more people.
So what's really cool, what I think I heard you hear, what I heard you say, what I heard you hear, what I heard you hear is that you actually even prepare them for media. So how you can best leverage, because when you do media, you want to be best prepared. You want to know how you manage that, or actually it's not going to serve you and you work so hard to get that. So if you can maybe speak into some of that about best preparing for media and why that's important.
You want to be prepared because you want to make sure that when you watch that clip back, it's something that you can use in your marketing for many years to come. And some of the things that we work on is how to stop rambling, how to actually answer the question that you've been asked, how to get rid of those filler words like, or answering a question with right or absolutely, which happens more than you would think. And helping people feel really confident about being on camera is something I love to do, because one of the best things that I can hear from my clients after the fact is, that was really fun. Can we do that again? Especially from those who, when they first came to me, said, I can never do this. Are you kidding me? I don't have 1 million followers. I haven't made $1 million. Like, the press is just, really far down the road. And then they realize, wait, I can do it. I just did it. And now I want to do it again.
Could you address that? So I haven't made $1 million. I haven't been on a star on a show, and yet you can be media worthy. So can you speak into how that someone is media worthy, even if they aren't at that pinnacle that people think you have to be?
Well, the news has a lot of time to fill every single day. And why not fill it with your leadership and your expertise and your experience? Because we need people like you who are walking the walk. So if you're an author on a given topic and I'm looking for an expert on that topic, I would love to be able to lean on you to bring that message to more people. And if you're the expert and you've been working in the field for 20 years and you don't have 2 million followers, it doesn't matter to me. I just want to make sure I'm talking to the leading authority in that space. So if you've been in your research lab, I'm not looking for the person out there who has 10 million followers on Instagram. I want the person who has published articles and has really made a difference in their field so that they can break down that issue for the viewers and the readers that we're reaching.
That's great. And would it be helpful to hear a couple little hints or some ways that you could stand out in media? Because from what I understand, what they would love is that they want to have people stop the surfing. And so they want you to have something that's grabbing their attention, something that's relevant, some way that you're standing out. So it's not like, oh, move on. So what's some keys or tips on how you can make sure that you are standing out and that guest that they're going to want to have you have?
Number one, be relevant to what is happening in the news. So the Oscars are today. And if you are a makeup artist, then hop onto your Instagram and do a feed, story, post, anything about 5 ways that you can achieve a red carpet look using the makeup in your bathroom drawer, but make it relevant to the Oscars so that the next time you want to pitch that topic to someone and they go to your Instagram, they're going to see, oh, you've already talked about this topic and we know the sort of advice that you would give. So just make yourself relevant to what's going on in the news and make yourself a resource for reporters like me. Make sure that you email me and you say, Jessica, I've seen your work on this station and I really loved the segment you did on Bernardo, the next time you're going to do something about large events and self-development speakers, I want to get on your radar because I can talk about ABC. But let me know, let the reporter know you're familiar with their work and you can be a resource when they need content or when they need other people to be profiling and featuring.
You can tell that she's well versed in media because she's getting right concise, right to the point, and doing it in sound bites. That's fantastic. And so we're here at Best You Expo, and then we're going to come over to Doria and dive into your world a little bit too. So at Best You Expo, what, the relevance of who's here and what this stands for, can you share from your perspective what's great about Best You Expo, great about the resources that's here and why it's important?
Oh, these have been an amazing 3 days. So my team and I came in and we had a makeup booth that people could come and get touch-ups. And, what you can learn in a makeup chair about someone is really deep and really fast. And we've just made really meaningful connections. Everyone who has come here has been so nice, and everyone has had this very generous spirit of how can I help you? No, how can I help you? And everyone's just here to leave better versions of ourselves than when we came. So we have loved it. We have loved making all the connections and friendships that we know will last for many years to come.
Wonderful. Can we just give Jessica a wonderful round of applause for this wonderful wisdom you just dropped in there?
Thank you, everybody.
And I noticed I just said a like in there. Did you just hear that? Can we give her some applause?
I think I had a somewhere there too. So we're always learning. It's just the thing to remember is we show up and we keep doing it so we can be better next time because there has to be a first time.
And it's real too. So as long as it's not over too much, then you're being real. Okay. Awesome, Jessica. Please stay here with us because we have our legendary Doria Cordova here, Dame Doria Cordova, in fact. And Money and You. And if you want to say a little bit about, I know you just now spoke, but for this little piece right here to reacquaint us.
Well, Money and You is a 3.5-day program where we go through 65% is all games. And it's about really bringing out of you those things that have not worked in many ways, the mistakes that you have made, and making new decisions. But it's wrapped around the business success model. So we're teaching people an economic engine in order for them to create money now, also create leverage, which takes me to what you were saying, because a little bit earlier when I was teaching, I was really going over leverage and media, and what you're sharing is the ultimate leverage. I mean, this is really, and it's in many ways it's free. And you have an opportunity to be able to get your message out. So leverage is one of the key teachings in Money and You. I think you remember that because it really shifts your point of view. But another great value that we have is that we have a global network. So once you attend one Money and You, you can go to any other program anywhere in the world in any language and sit in the back or participate again. And so you have forever. And we've been around for 44 years and we're not going anywhere. There'll always be Money and You programs. And we will have an opportunity to be able to meet people and potential clients and customers and people part of your team that will grow your business. And of course, ultimately, we are about making the world work for 100% of humanity. So we churn out social entrepreneurs that will solve a major problem and create peace and create wealth and create enough food and medicines for everyone.
So you're empowering social entrepreneurs so they can do their work at an even greater level to make an even greater impact.
Yes.
And the way to do that is to really understand how they can leverage in business, how they can leverage their money.
Yes.
And also, having been through Money and You, it is absolutely transformative in mindset, because mindset is everything when it comes to business, when it comes to relationship, when it comes to communicating.
Yes.
So anything you want to say about that too?
Well, it's really interesting because the word mindset is being misused by some people. And so people are going, oh, no, not talking about mindset again. What we're talking about, what we mean by that, so that you don't block it off,
Is you, is how you think, how you react, how you're being, and those beliefs. We were talking about that a little bit earlier, that you really have to question all the beliefs that you have, because if you don't have the results that you want, whether they're monetary or being happy or healthy, it really is from where you are coming from and the beliefs that you have. So leverage, understanding leverage, and understanding to leverage not only whatever money you have, because very few people have a lot of money. I mean, it looks like it is, but most of the people don't. So what you have to do is you have to really work on yourself to be able to accept and to bring up your deservability, to be able to receive, because we do live in a very abundant universe, particularly when you live in countries like the United States or Singapore, Malaysia, Australia, even China, so Europe, there is so much accessibility. And that's another thing that we really speak about is access. What access do you have? Like immediately I go, yes, I now have access to her knowledge, to her expertise, to your contacts. Because if we connect, you will open up all your doors for me.
Yes, absolute relationships, which brings us to that next question. And that is the power of the Best You Expo and what that is for you. Whether you've got this room filled with thousands or just a vortex of vendors and connecting, what is the power that you see in Best You Expo?
Well, personally, I have not only connected with some beautiful people, but I also have been learning so much about their expertise, and that actually adds to my toolbox of knowledge. So it's really interesting because sometimes people want to play a numbers game. There's no way that you can reach 1,000 people. But if you just learn how to look for quote unquote leverageable people that have opened up access for you, that can make your work, your who you are, and your economic engine richer, that's what you look for. And I love that about the Best You. And also, just remember that we got those cameras rolling, and there's thousands of people watching, and many, many, many more will be watching this in the future. This is going into a vault. So that's why years from now, there will be people that will be learning from us right now. That is the ultimate leverage. I love the way Bernardo and the team really understand leverage, and they are opening up their doors for us. That's one of the things I love about the Best You.
Go ahead.
I just was going to add, when I was chatting with Bernardo about this event and we did the piece, the whole theme of the segment was love. And after spending 3 days here, everyone just sort of fell in love with each other. The connections that were made weren't just like zoom, into my booth, out of my booth, in my booth, out of my booth. It was really meaningful, thoughtful connections that when people came from Friday to Saturday, it was, oh, hey, how are you? Or, oh, did you get home in time to see your family? Like actual conversations really rolled over from day to day and will continue to strengthen over time, which is so nice, which has been a really beautiful aspect of this, because that's the sort of heart Bernardo brings to everything he does. And it was so front and center here.
Wonderful. Okay. To close, should we have a little fun? Is that all right? Let's have some fun. Okay. So you're an expert in media and getting someone positioned. Is that for us or is that next door? Okay. Make sure. Ooh, the music is opening up. So you're an expert in media.
The universe heard you say fun. So they're like, let's add music to this party.
Exactly. We got our own soundtrack. We come with our soundtrack. So you're an expert in media. You do legendary work in Money and You, and you want to help people be able to leverage their connections, leverage their money so they can make the impact they want to make. So let's have fun and how you would package her to make an appearance on a relevant show, and just riff on that if you would for a little bit. I know we don't have time to really go deep, but to just riff an example because we can put it into action.
I would say 3 ways to shift your money mindset so you can speak a love language around the world about your life and your business, or something along those lines. But something like 3 ways to connect your money or to shift your money mindset would be a really easy one. And then just because you were talking about Australia and China, like I feel like there's something that has a more global feel for what you do. But money mindset, or how to leverage something, 3 ways to leverage your fill in the blank would be how I would position you as like a headline story.
Like an Entrepreneur Magazine?
Like
or
an
where?
Entrepreneur Magazine. Yeah, exactly right. Which we will definitely make happen after we get off this set. But it sounds to me like you, or even just a piece on you, like how this entrepreneur has been helping people shift their money mindset for the past 44 years. So there's so much there about helping people break down those barriers and be receiving mode when it comes to money. But we could either make the headline about what you teach or the headline about you.
And could it be tied into the relevancy of what's happening where people are getting concerned about money because of what's going on in the world?
Yeah.
And she could tie in why now is more important than ever that
Mhm.
you need to know the top three, et cetera. fill in the
Yeah,
blank.
like stressed about inflation, question mark. Here are 3 ways to make more money this year. And one of them could be have an abundance mindset. The other could be, the other things that you teach.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think in hearing that? How would you fill in blanks or add to them for yourself?
Oh no, I just love it, especially that immediately we're seeing access here, right? Because it's like, oh, I can do this and that. And then of course, immediately I want to contribute to you. It's like, oh, I really want to introduce you to this person and introduce you to this other network and really open up the world for you, because now with technology, we can introduce you anywhere. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the one word too, I have to say that sufficiency is our word. We're students of Buckminster Fuller, and we can't go from scarcity to abundance. It's actually sufficiency, and most human beings around the world actually want sufficiency. There is a whole group of people that want to be rich and happy, not just rich. They also know that there's a lot of rich people that are very unhappy, so they want to be rich and happy. And most of the population, which is where I want to impact, is actually in experiencing sufficiency. So the hungry dog of greed doesn't follow you. Even if you're a billionaire, it's not enough. And we know those. It's not enough. They got to have more and more and more. That's the ugly dog of greed that actually keeps people from not having enough food, enough water. Don't get me started, because that's really my big thing.
So take back what I said 3 minutes ago. The headline for you would have to be something like why this entrepreneur believes the number one, value in life is sufficiency, or something like all about sufficiency. I actually did a piece not that long ago about it's not about burnout anymore. It's about how women are at capacity. And I think really focusing on these keywords that are so true to who you are will pull more people into your ecosystem to learn more about what you teach and how you teach it. So, okay, the headline, Google entrepreneur.com sufficiency in like the next 6 months, and you'll see Doria's piece.
So this is best you in the best example right now, as an example in process in front of our very eyes, and how are they contributing to each other, how they're going to leverage each other in their relationships and what they know. And thank you for sharing that to leverage what you know for us over here. So can we give a round of applause, please?
Yeah.
To Jessica Abo and to Doria Cordova. And just for the cameras and just for posterity, if you can share where they can find more information about you and more information about you.
I am jessicaabo.com, and you can download my free guide, which is called Get Press with Jess. And if you are someone who is just starting on your PR journey, I break down all of the different ways that you can view yourself and your business in the PR world. And anytime you want to work with me one-on-one or in a group coaching program, please be in touch, because I would love to know how I can support you and see you go from being newsworthy to actually being featured in the news.
Wonderful.
All right. For me, you can go to moneyandyou.com and you can download a free book on the business success model. And I always love Facebook still. I'm showing my age. So if you go to DC Cordova, and there's a lot of free education there, because I'm in a lot of summits and my friends are so influential in teaching. And then of course, go to also to fridayswithdoria.com. And we have a whole vault in there of masters and experts teaching many different things, particularly business and entrepreneurship, and doing good. And my latest, I'm really into quantum energy, quantum physics, and how we are surrounded by everything that is good and staying away from the things that are not, and really kicking in some powerful energy to make your dreams come true.
Yes, well, helping us make our dreams come true. Thank you, Jessica and Doria. Round of applause.
Thank you so much. You're excellent.
Oh, thank you. Oh, yay. I
You
got
are
seal of
great.
approval. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right.
But stay right now, because guess what? Now it's me. I'm going to interview myself. No, I'm kidding. But I'm going to speak to you guys. So hopefully you stay here right now, and we're going to stir up the energy a little bit.
All right. Thank you.
Whoops. If you guys can get up here. All right. All right. Are we ready? All right. So I know it's just us here, but also on there, we're speaking to you watching at home, whoever's watching the replay. And shall we just have a little bit of a pattern interrupt, a little bit way to just get the energy shaken up here in the very end of the day to end these 3 days in style? So we're going to do a little call and answer for just whoever's here in the audience right here, you guys. And if you're watching at home, you can do it in your home, in your sofa, wherever you are. So go ahead and put your fingers together like this, okay? And I'm going to sing a line, and then you sing it back. Don't worry, I'm not going to come up there with a microphone and make you sing. I'm not going to find you on your couch and make you sing, but just go like this. A one, a two. Are you ready? Are you ready? Ready as anybody can be. Ready as anybody can be. Are you ready? Ready as anybody can be. We're ready for you. I hope you're ready for me. Now let's take it home one more time. We are ready to be living free. Hey. All right. Let's get started, shall we? Woohoo! Okay. Thank you so much. I'm Lynn Rose. I'm going to be going in and among you in just a moment, because I want to make this a conversation, but we're also conversing with 5,000 people watching online or more, right? Over time, at least. So I'm Lynn Rose. I come from entertainment and media. And then I transitioned over 20 years ago into personal and professional development, mentored by the best of the best. I had a nationally syndicated radio show on that. And got to also do corporate events for a number of years, and have done humanitarian work around the world. So a lot of different lanes that I like to play in. And then seeing what was happening over time, going on in our online world, in our world even of personal professional development experts, seeing different issues that were happening, I got the call that we need to take action and create a platform that is not existing right now, but is about to be launched and released. But a platform that's going to make a difference, that can be the tool, that wonderful word, that wonderful phrase, I should say, that is, be the change you wish to see in the world. Well, how do you do it? How do you do it? So if we can create a tool that can do that, and to bring humanity together, because would you agree we're right now in a crisis of what's going on in our world? And there's even some division that's being intentionally created because they feel a divide, then they can conquer, right? And so we want to be able to bring humanity together and to be able to give the tools and support they can so that we can rise above. But we need to presence and get real with what's happening, because we're sometimes not even aware of it, because we're like a frog in boiling water. So I don't necessarily know that this is going to help illustrate, because we're not sure if the video is going to work right. If not, I'll go ahead and share about it, and then we're going to present some problems real quick. Hey, they're dancing in the back. So let's see if we can advance the video before you start playing it. Let me just share with you what we're going to see is just one facet of what's going on social media. Okay, in social media, it is such an incredible tool to connect, to learn, to grow. However, it has also reached a crisis point in social media where influencers are giving misinformation, where there's shaming, where there's blaming, where there's bullying, where there's manipulative algorithms, where because they have the algorithms are based on, they want to drive ads, so they keep you from reaching your own people. They also are driving inflammatory content in front of you because they're ads based and they know that's what they use to create more engagement. But what if we could have a whole new model of how we do that, and a whole new model of how we are able to drive the solutions like what we're finding here? All these wonderful solutions to better your mind, to better your health, to better your life, to better your money. What if we had those solutions that were from vetted and verified resources and integrated in a platform that's social, in a way that's navigable, and in a way that gives back to the community? So I'm going to share more about that, but first I'm going to presence a little bit of the problem where it lands, because we're so inside it. We just it kind of starts getting normalized. We're like, oh, that's just the way it is. And we don't realize the impact it's having on us and on our youth. So what I'm going to jump ahead in this video. It's by Dove. It's an incredible what stance they are in the world. They have it's called Detoxify Your Feed as a campaign they're doing. And they're about empowering young girls and about being able to do what we need to turn the tides of what's been happening. And you're going to see they brought a mom and a daughter, different types of a mom and daughter into this room. And they talked about social media, and they had them go through their scroll, and they say, oh, but I don't really pay attention to that stuff. And I just only have positive in my scroll. And that's what they're talking about. And the mom's like, oh, she's good. And then they start showing what she's actually does scroll through. And you see some of those influencers that she's seeing every day. And then they morph and they use AI. And now they impose that influencer's voice, and everything that you're hearing and face becomes the mom saying that. So we're going to go witness that. So that really presences us and takes us outside of what we, let's see, there we go. I'm going to have them play.
They stop you feeling hungry, so you can always
Okay, go ahead and cut the audio. If you can back it up and just cut the audio. The audio is not lining up, so go ahead and just read the, what do you call it? Subtitles, that's what it's called. Here we go. Here's a beauty hack I'm obsessed with. Most parents underestimate how harmful toxic beauty advice can be. Look at how cinched my waist is. It's become normalized for girls, toxic beauty advice. Look at how flat my stomach is. Now they map the technology and they put that into the mouths of their moms. It's the shortcut to flawless skin. You know, Botox doesn't just reduce wrinkles, right? Baby Botox is amazing. You're never too young to start. That's not me. These are these great powders. They stop you feeling hungry so you can always skip breakfast and lunch. And you have to treat yourself to a chemical peel. They're a total glow up. They burn away the top layers of your skin and let new skin grow. Hey, if your teeth are uneven, you can always file them down with a nail file. It's literally so simple. File your teeth. Don't put up with your thin lips, sweetie. Lip filler lets you inject yourself at home. They're my total go-to. Fake eyelashes are so easy to glue on. There's some really great pills you can use. It goes on and on and on and on. You're just thirsty. You'll never look bloated again. Poke it into your skin. Sexiest lashes, Botox. Remember, skinny is never finished. You would not say that to your daughter. But she still hears it online every day. Have you actually seen stuff like that? Yeah, a lot. And she doesn't even thinking she's getting negatively influenced. That stuff is on every girl's feed. They're watching, right? I mean, at night when I can't see them. It's scary to me, says this mom, that my kids are watching this. And they think that's how they have to look. I saw one of the teeth filing videos she's now admitting. I remember seeing that all over. Now kind of stop there, and there's more. That's okay. We can stop right there because that's enough. Does that not break us out of the illusion that, oh, it's fine. We can get around. We can program our algorithms, and we're not going to get exposed to this. This is going on day in and day out, and even far greater example than what we just saw there. That's just one little facet There's the facet of shaming and blaming and hate speech that has gone so high up. And they're having to try to navigate around it. And it's keeping even people from having the good of social media. So let me see if I can go in here. I'm going to try to do a little class act here, go in and among. So when you see that, right? Besides just that you saw, we're seeing, what do you think about that when it comes to just social media in general? And I don't mean, this is not putting down social media because it is awesome what it's available to us in social. But we've got to also create a vortex where we can connect, where we can collaborate, where we can grow, but we're not getting subconsciously impacted in a way that's negatively shaping human behavior. Is there something that you see that occurs to you?
Well, yeah, I do see this stuff with my daughter and the way she acts. She's very insecure about her body and stuff like that. And I feel that, yeah, a lot of this stuff does make sense now that I'm watching it. Yeah, it totally resonates.
And you as a mom, then you especially connect from it that way. Yeah. And yet we need to think about that for ourselves. We don't realize, just like it was subconsciously entering their systems and they weren't even aware, that's happening to us. And thinking that the way we're going to get our point across is lashing out or making another side wrong. That's not bringing us together. And we're at a crisis point. Would you agree? I don't mean to be an alarmist, because this is about, we're here so that we do our best, so that we start turning the tides. Who here's committed to turn the tides of what's going on in our world, whatever that takes, whatever you got to do, right? That's why we're here at Best You. Absolutely. So we're in this vortex that's negatively shaping human behavior, but we're trying to navigate with it. And people so need these solutions that we have right here. They need to know that with mindset, you can have your confidence. They need to know that you're great, whether you're 20 pounds overweight or whether you don't have that perfect jawline. You need to know that you can make something happen if you go for it. You need to know ways that you can get your health, in shape. When we've got brain tap solutions, you've got all sorts of wonderful possibilities here. And there's lots of solutions people aren't even aware exist, or there's a lot of influencers or experts or would-be experts, like even in that video, that pose like they are the experts, but it's misinformation, or they're putting a signpost up that they're an expert, but they aren't the real deal. And with AI going on right now anyone can go ahead and put a signpost up and they look like they're just incredible, but it's not real. So how do we cut through that noise? How do we be able to deliver these solutions into humanity? And how can we do that in a space that is nurturing, a space that is encouraging, positive, action-minded? So I want to share with you what we are doing with Wow You Now. And then I'm going to give you an invitation to join. To come join on, it's free to join into that platform and participate. There's also ways, if you want to be a featured expert, that you'll see and I'll share with you. But I want to just kind of, for fun, share with you one of our videos. We're totally redoing this video, but I'm going to show this, tells it to you in 2 minutes here. Oops, backwards. By the way, that was telling you what that was. There we go, new model of social to power our world all in one place. And we also are doing this. If we're here to help humanity thrive, we need to create and share in what we are building and the success. So our rev share model shares profits with the entire community based on their engagement. Okay. And if we can play the video. Oh, let me back to the video. All right, sorry, gentlemen, if you could play the video. That is Wow You Now. How many would like to see a platform like that out there in the world? To know we can have trusted, verified resources that are access to. I'm going to do this real quick. I don't even know where my time is right now because there's no timer here. Okay, let me jump ahead here just to wrap this up. Okay. What I invite you to do, that gave you a little taste. I can share with you how that works, but we can do that at another time because of time. Here are ways to play. You probably can't read this too well. One is come on and join us on the platform. It's free. And spread the word. And anyone that you're bringing in, when you spread something out, they'll get tagged to you and you'll get a percentage of profits off of in-platform sales ongoingly through the folks that you bring in. Two, you potentially could be one of the featured resources on the front page in those areas of interest and integrated throughout the platform and a gateway to all things you. And we are an all-in-one content engine that has memberships, trainings, and courses, and videos, and podcasts, and all these ways you can leverage or point outwards to what you already have existing. And then three is that you could potentially connect us to someone you feel would be a great resource partner that we feature, and then we give you thousands in commission for each person you connect us to, or an alliance. If you believe in how important this mission is, because our mission is to help humanity thrive. And like Bernardo's mission of the best you, when we help us become our best, that's when we get to impact the world around us and our world at large. So to close, I'll do it in the words of, there we go. And we are launching to 200 million in reach. It was 100 million in reach. Now it's 200 million in reach, and it's going to be more. But as Steve Jobs said, people with passion can change the world today. We believe that people can change the world for the better. The people who think they are crazy enough to actually change the world are the ones who actually do. Thank you, Steve Jobs. And we are Wednesday. If you're interested in potentially being a featured partner, having a Zoom presentation, or at any time, you can go to wowyourimpact.com. WOW stands for without walls. Wowyourimpact.com, or wow you now with the U. Okay? Or just see us here as we're packing up. All right? And I want to thank and acknowledge Bernardo's passion, his commitment to help humanity thrive as well. And we're going to work together and combine and leverage forces to make that happen.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you. Big round of applause for Lynn. Thank you. What a great platform. How exciting it is. I've known Lynn for quite a few years. She actually was she was our host at the Best You EXPO in 2018. She's very well known in the industry, very respected, but kind of what she's put together, the combination of people, talent, and this platform, which is so unique, I think is going to be a game changer. We're happy to obviously explore how we can have our content on Wow You Now as well, because I think it could reach also millions of people. So look, we're about to wrap it up soon at the Best You EXPO, but we do have a speaker that's going to be sharing something that is of great value for you speakers, because this is something that will probably be very appealing for you if you're interested on being TEDx. This is Michael Marshall, and he is from Thought Leader. And he's helping a lot of speakers. He's been doing that they've been doing that for quite a few years, but they're helping actually speakers here live who are interested in using his services. And I think this is something that's going to be very appealing for you. He's on for 15 minutes. Thank you so much. Michael.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Appreciate it.
Thank
you so much for the introduction. Give it up for Bernardo. Let's go. The man. I appreciate him greatly. Thanks you for the time. I'm going to be extremely brief here, but I have a question for anybody that's within earshot of my voice. Who here is a messenger? Who here is a leader in their industry? I see that. Wait, can we raise that higher? Let's go. Right? Who here has that mission to change lives? Okay, a lot of hands. I see some hands way back there too. I can appreciate that. So what we do with Thought Leader is very simple. We create the world's best coaches, speakers, entrepreneurs, and we get them onto the world's largest stage, and that is TEDx. Anybody seen a TED Talk? A TEDx talk? Any speakers that have presented? Okay, amazing. So what we love to see is taking that mission, that message, and getting it in front of millions of people. The TEDx YouTube channel alone has 38 million subscribers. That's a lot of people. And those people specifically are there for one reason, and that is to grow. That is to transform. That is to take your message and implement and change their lives. They're there to consume your mission, okay? And the one thing that we love to see from our speakers and what they've done after landing TEDx is to change the world. We call ourselves thought leader for a reason. We want to empower those thought leaders to get on the big stage and change lives. So how we do that is the fun part. We've helped over 550 thought leaders, as we would call them, to get on that big stage and reach hundreds of millions of people. And as we all know, because we're smart individuals, if we can get in front of 50,000 more amazing individuals, 100,000 more amazing people, or like our very first, well, almost first client, Kevin Briel, a 19-year-old college dropout who talked about depression, okay, reaching 4.5 million people, or Cynthia Thurlow, who spoke on intermittent fasting and now has over 14 million views on her content. This can change your life and your business in an instant. As soon as that upload happens onto YouTube, we want your mission, your message, your business, your brand to impact the world, okay? So we do that through coaching, through community, through accountability. We do a lot of the work for you. Anybody here busy? We got busy people here? No busy people, extra busy, a very busy, 2 hands up. Okay, I get it. I understand, right? So we want to take a lot of that burden off your, I see even Cameron was just like, yep, help me out, right? We want to take all of the work off your plate and have this dream become a reality and get you on that stage. So our coaches, our team on your behalf will get your talks landed. In fact, 100% of the people that have gone through our process have landed on that TEDx stage to go on to reach hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. And I always invite our audiences to understand exactly what that can do for you and your business. A lot of vendors here want to reach more people. We want to get that message onto those big stages. And that's my message here, guys. Not that you have to work with Thought Leader, not that you have to run to the back of the room and work with me, but to get that message, that mission in front of as many amazing people that are waiting for you. That is what TEDx does for you. And that's the message that I bring here today. So if you're here, I'll be hanging out at our booth here. It's the big blue booth over there. It says Thought Leader. I've got candy. I will throw it at you if you would like. You can also take it gently from the table. If anybody watches this on replay or on live stream, you can go to thought-leader.com. You can check us out. We've got a million different testimonials and information and insight. If you want, you can even book a call with the team. They'll even walk you through how we create the ideas for our client talks and how to land your next TEDx talk. So that's me. That's Thought Leader. My name is Michael Marcial. I appreciate your time and listening, and we'll see you at the booth.
Hello. Okay, guys. So this is a wrap. This is a wrap for the Best You Expo, the main stage. We still have talks happening on the other stages as well, but it's a wrap at the Best You Expo on the main stage. So for all of you that have been watching this online, I want to thank you so much. I'm very, very, very grateful that you tuned in, that you've seen all the speakers, that you've engaged with them. Please, I just want to double check that you take advantage of all their resources, all the amazing things. You still have the option to buy the premium ticket if you wanted to obviously take advantage of getting all the recordings, because you've only seen the feed or the main stage. But look, for us, it's been an amazing experience. I hope it has been for you too. We're going to come back. We're going to come back and we're really going to explore. If we're only going to go live, we're going to be doing live online. But you've had this possibility now. But we're going to be so excited to come back in 2024. And we're exploring for new cities around the US. We're exploring about coming back to London. So whatever knocks us back makes us stronger. And I believe that, the Best You is here for a reason. And we're going to carry on doing it because we believe in what we do. And we're just so excited to continue doing it. So on behalf of my whole team, every single person involved, all the speakers, all the exhibitors, all the sponsors are the ones that make it happen. And obviously, everyone that's been supporting us all these years, I want to thank you so much. And as I always say, may the best be with you. Lots of love. Take care.
The Best You Expo is where personal growth and professional development meet. Whether you're a speaker looking to share your expertise, a brand interested in reaching more people, or an individual seeking inspiration and connection, this event has something for everyone. With a history of attracting top speakers, coaches, authors, and entrepreneurs, the Best You Expo provides a platform to showcase your skills and connect with a community of like-minded individuals. Over the years, the event has grown to become one of the largest self-improvement events in the world, with international events held in the UK and California, and now coming back to LA in March 2024. More The Best You Expos in other cities to be announced soon. So don't miss your chance to be part of this incredible event. Whether you're interested in speaking, exhibiting, or licensing the Best You Expo, now is the time to get involved. With hundreds of thousands of attendees and a proven track record of success, this is the perfect opportunity to reach your personal and professional goals. Get in touch with us today to learn more about the Best You Expo. For more information, come to our booth.
Future medicine will be the medicine of frequencies. Well, the future is here. The future is now.
It's one of the best opportunities in history to awaken and reclaim who you really are.
Hi, I'm Masajati, and I help you manifest abundance and reach your full potential through what I call exponential intelligence. So hundreds of thousands have used exponential intelligence to live the life they deserve by ridding themselves of old patterns, blocks, and distortions faster than anything that's out there. XI leads the consciousness evolution by helping you transform yourself, your loved ones, your world.
I want you to think about in your business what it is that we want. Be seen, be heard, be paid. What needs to change and shift now? I believe every woman should start creating her own economy. I believe every woman should have her seat at the table. If nobody's inviting you, create your own table. This is not about paying your bills. This is about you leaving a legacy and having more than enough. It's called abundance. Your true calling comes as you begin to move. It's time for a shift because I want more millionaires coming out of this room.